Okay, we are going to get started this morning. Yes, we do. We have 2 online as well. So we're a little thin this morning, but we have enough online. I'd like to call the meeting to order this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the May 29th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta, Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of committee and city admin may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for June 12th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, June 10th. Can I have someone please move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Call the question. Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Can I have someone please move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on May 15th, 2024? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, that's, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll now consider item EX 24-36, 2023, the Annual Integrity Commissioner Report. Can I have please Jim Nicol, the City Clerk, please introduce the item? Sorry, Jim. There you go. Oh, got it. I got it. There you go. Okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is Executive Committee's initial review of the annual report that is required to be filed by the Integrity Commissioner. This is a very straightforward report from our perspective in that the Integrity Commissioner, Ms. Angela Crook, is actually here to walk you through her report for 2023.
Thank you very much. Sorry, just 1 second. Ms. Crook, if you can please come forward. Thank you. If you can just please introduce yourself, that would be for the record. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much. My name is Angela Crook, Integrity Commissioner for the City of Regina. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure to present to Executive Committee today the annual report of the Integrity Commissioner covering the calendar year of 2023. There are several functions covered by the role of the Integrity Commissioner. In 2023, the bulk of the work that I performed revolved around complaints, and so you'll see from reading the 2023 annual report that that is the focus of my annual report for 2023. Complaints can be categorized as formal and informal. Formal complaints are requests that an investigation be performed into the conduct of a member of council and must comply with the criteria in the code. A total of 15 formal complaints were received in 2023. 7 of them related to the same conduct and were investigated together. Another 2 of them also related to the same conduct and were also combined into one investigation. Not all formal complaints are investigated. Of the 15 formal complaints received in 2023, 12 of them were investigated with a total of 5 investigations conducted. One of the formal complaints was investigated by an alternate Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Randy Langard, as a result of a conflict of interest declared by myself. The findings of Mr. Langard's investigation are briefly reported on in my 2023 annual report. An additional investigation was completed in 2023 for a complaint that was submitted in 2022, and that is also reported on in the 2023 annual report. Of the complaints that were not investigated, one of them I declined jurisdiction on, another related to conduct not regulated by the code, and one was withdrawn by the complainant. Informal complaints or inquiries are just that, concerns raised by people. Sometimes the informal complaints are related to conduct covered by the Code of Ethics, and sometimes they are entirely unrelated. Either way, I respond to and track each and every informal complaint made to my office. In 2023, I received 10 informal complaints or inquiries. One of them turned into a formal complaint. The subject matter of informal complaints varied from disagreement with decisions of council or lack of decisions made by council, disagreement with other bylaws, general disappointment with conduct at council and committee meetings, and disputes between neighbors. If I were to pick one topic that came up the most with the people who reached out to me in 2023, it would be concerns with disrespectful conduct. This is not surprising to me, as the respect section of the Code of Ethics is one that is the most often quoted in most of the jurisdictions. I encourage all members of council to direct their opinions to the issues and topics under debate and not to the people behind the debate. This small step can mean the difference between disagreement and disrespect. Those are my remarks. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crook, for that and the work that you've done for us in the past year. Does any member have any questions for her? No questions at all? Okay, seeing none. Yeah, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Can I have someone please move this report with the amendment to date to read as June 12th, 2024? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any members, is there any questions for the members on this report at all? Okay, seeing none. I'll ask the vote for the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, I just wanted to note, I can't get my voting software to vote, so I'll have to vote manually. It's Councillor Mancinelli here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. I'm just getting the vote up here. Okay. Councillor Mole, we're just waiting. If you can vote, please, that would be great.
Yeah, sorry I missed that. Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mole.
Deputy Mayor, the report passes in a motion vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor, with Councillor Stadnicek and Findura currently away from the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicol. We'll move to administration reports. Communication EX 24-38. We have a communication with respect to the next report from Ronald Chakma, Sad Hananda Buddhist Vihara, Inc., Regina. Can I have someone please move this communication to be received and filed as item EX 2445? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that's carried. We'll now consider EX 24-38, the heritage incentive applications. Can I have, please, Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden, please introduce the report?
Good morning. Thank you, through the chair. The city has provided financial support to encourage the conservation of designated properties since 1991. The approach has been revised and updated several times over the decades, and Council approved the most recent version of our policy in 2022. Between 2022, when the Heritage Incentive Policy was updated, and now, the city has seen an increase in applications and the number and scope of conservation projects. In 2022, City Council approved 10 projects for support. In 2023, we received 17 applications, and this year, administration has received 20 applications. Many of Regina's heritage properties are found within the city centre and surrounding neighbourhoods, which are areas that Council has prioritized for investment to encourage renewal, intensification, and increased public safety and vibrancy. The Heritage Incentive Program complements other efforts the city is undertaking to revitalize our existing neighbourhoods. Administration is recommending approval of heritage incentives for the conservation of the properties before you, and we are ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bryden. Can I have someone please move this report? Thank you. Mayor Masters, do you have any questions at all? Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Thanks for the report. When it comes to this, are you seeing any significant, I appreciate knowing that our applications are increasing, are there any declines in applications?
Ms. Bryden? Oh, Ms.
Hi, Laura.
Pfeiffer?
Through the chair, just for clarity, people who've submitted applications and are denied
Yeah.
for it?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head. I think our team does our best to work with applicants. The only time that an application would be denied is if the work is ineligible under the program.
And do you find what has been set aside to be sufficient for the applications that are presenting themselves?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think with respect to all of our incentive programs, I'll be honest, I think you could increase the amounts and there would just be more people come. We work with the Heritage Sector Reference Group after we've deemed, all the applications that we can bring forward to be eligible to try and allocate the funds. In all of our incentive programs, the asks are always more than we have. I would say that the support that the city has provided is consistently around 35%, 40% of project costs, which, as projects have increased to date, we've been able to keep that up. Though I'm sure if you asked applicants if the budget could be increased, they would probably support that.
Okay, so I guess, thank you. Through the chair, my final question would be then, would administration at any point in time be bringing a recommendation forward to the idea of whether it's any of our incentive programs about increasing that limit?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I think we'd have to do a bit of another dive. So as a reminder for council, the incentive program includes capital grants, but it also includes tax exemptions. And those tax exemptions tend to be more attractive to larger projects or commercial projects where the property taxes are generally higher and the grants are generally more beneficial for smaller projects. So I think, as we administer all of our programs, we review what are the outcomes we're getting from them. Is the amount that we have sufficient? So at this moment, I don't have a report drafted asking for it, but it's certainly something that we review every year to see. As council will remember, I think the budget for the program was increased in 2023 to $250,000, up from $150,000. So we're 2 years in, and we've seen again an uptake in people applying. So I think that's a good sign for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Any other councillors have questions? Okay, I just have one. So in regards to the tax exemptions, how is it determined? Like, what is the length of the tax exemption? Ms. Pfeiffer or Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'll start. Ms. Pfeiffer
Sure.
can add in details, but the maximum length of a tax exemption is 10 years, and that was approved by council under the policy. And then those eligible costs would be calculated out over that time period until it maxes out the city's portion of those eligible costs. So they would be variable amongst the different projects.
So if I give you an example, say that they submit and they've got, I don't know, $200,000 of work that needs to be done in a heritage home, then walk me through how that tax exemption would be applied to that. Is it through the amount, over the time, or do they just automatically get a 10-year exemption? Ms. Pfeiffer?
Sure.
Yeah, Ms. Pfeiffer, go ahead.
Through the chair, so maybe just as a reminder, if the eligible costs are, say, $200,000, the city's contribution would be to a maximum of 50% of that, so $100,000. That can be either through a tax exemption, through a grant, through a grant to up to $50,000, or a combination of the two. I would say on a heritage home, the property taxes are unlikely to be particularly high compared to a commercial building or a larger apartment building, let's say. So it's up to essentially the lesser of those costs. So let's say that a heritage home has $5,000 a year in property taxes. They may get a full 10-year tax exemption of $50,000 because that hasn't quite reached our maximum contribution.
Okay.
If the property had a really high tax, let's say it had a $50,000 a year tax, property taxes, then they would get 2 years, and then the tax exemption would have been completed because our contribution would be fulfilled.
Thank you for that. That's clear. Thank you for clarifying. And then just, I guess, the last question, how do we follow up to ensure that the work is done on these heritage homes?
Yeah, through the chair. So before we process any payments or tax exemptions, there's an inspection of the property. We ensure that receipts for the work are received, and we confirm that the work's been completed.
Is that done on a yearly basis, or?
Whenever the project is complete, they would notify the city to say, I've done the work that I had applied for, and staff would go out to confirm the work was complete, ensure that we have all the receipts and documentation that the work was done, was paid for, before we would process any payments.
Thank you. And is there a certain time frame the work has to be done by?
I might pass this to Mr. Adigay. I believe it's within a year, but I'll pass it to him just for confirmation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, for cash grants, it should be within a year because you won't be able to get the money after a year. And then for tax exemption, we usually want it to be over 2-3 years.
Thank you. Okay, and I did see, something in there about nameplates, which I want to say thank you for. How does that, so is it a mandatory that they put one on, or how does that work?
Through the chair, so at the moment it's an application process if someone is interested in having a heritage plaque, and that the costs of that are then covered through the grant program. This year we had 3 properties apply for a heritage plaque.
Okay. I'll just make a comment. I appreciate the work that's been done, and I think it's imperative. I think it's very important that we keep our heritage. But I also think if we're giving grants, tax exemptions, money to do the work, and we want these homes, because they are heritage homes, it should be somewhat mandatory that these nameplates go on. So if there is a tour around the city and we have heritage homes, that's why we do that. That's why we do this. So is there a reason we don't make it mandatory?
Through the chair, I might ask Mr. Adigay just to give a bit of background on when plaques were introduced into the program, and maybe a bit of commentary. Maybe the only comment I would provide is that's certainly something we can take back for consideration. I think if the city is covering the cost of those, it would certainly impact the amount of funding we have annually for the actual repairs and maintenance to the properties. But I'll maybe ask Mr. Adigay just to give a little bit of background on when plaques were introduced to the program and why.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that. There you go.
Through the chair. The plaques program was approved last year by council.
Yeah.
And funding for the plaques program comes from the Heritage Incentives funding, which is $250,000. And in the report, we said we would aim to get about 5 applications a year at least, because we have limited funding.
Sorry, did you say there is limited funding for the plaques?
Yeah, so the funding comes from the Heritage Incentives Grant, cash grant, and each plaque is about 5,000, and so we have like a budget of maybe 25,000 a year for
I see.
plaques. So that's about 5 a year.
I see.
So, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll leave it with administration to your discretion, but I do think that that is something, I mean, it's coming out of that pot anyway, but you guys do the work, but no, that's really important. So I see Councillor Mancinelli, you have a question, go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. You're kind of headed down the path I wanted to ask a question about. I noticed the cost behind the plaques, and I was wondering if you could kind of explain a little bit how that came to be. Through the chair.
Yeah, Ms. Pfeiffer, go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair. So the estimated costs that we have are from going out and, speaking with vendors to see what the cost would be for creation of the plaques and also installation of them. The actual costs that come back, we're still working with vendors to kind of finalize that, but that was the estimated amount that we were working with.
Okay. If you could ever follow up with a little bit of information, I just looked at the specification for the installation and the amount paid out. I have no idea about plaques and understand the limitations of the fund, so it kind of caught my eye. Appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. All right. Mayor Masters, you moved this. Do you have anything? No, you're good? All right, I'll ask to call the vote.
Councillor Mancinelli, I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mole? Oh, okay. He's not there? Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the vote is carried 8-0 with all members present voting in favor, and Councillor Mole has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichol. We'll now consider item EX 24-44, the permanent emergency shelter. If I could have City Manager, Ms. Anderson, please introduce the report. And sorry, I'm going to give you the right microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, and through the chair. Administration has been seeking a permanent emergency shelter for the last couple of years. As a reminder, our lease at the Nest expires in July of 2025. Administration has an option out on an excellent, suitable, permanent building for the shelter, but it requires $1.5 million of municipal funding for the purchase and renovations, and then there's ongoing costs related, of course, to owning a new capital asset. As stated in the report, the shelter will cost $7.5 million. Administration's ongoing conversations with the province resulted in them increasing their funding for the shelter from $1.5 million to $3 million. We also have $3 million in federal funding, so that's how we get to the $1.5 million that would be required. The shelter would house as many people as are currently at the Nest. So it's my job as city manager to try and understand the general will of council. As I said in the report, I have no doubt that all of you believe that every resident deserves shelter and supports. Where the will of council is somewhat divided is whether or not, with all the financial pressures, council wants to financially invest in a new service, the service of having a municipally owned emergency shelter. So the report offers 5 options. I can distill them down to 2 main recommendations from administration. One is fund the shelter. Second is don't fund the shelter and have administration stop looking for a permanent shelter because this is your best opportunity for finding one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. I need someone to move the report. Councillor LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thank you. I would move option 1 in the report.
You want to elaborate? Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, in the discussion section of the report, it says administration has been looking for such a purchase since January of 2023 when the provincial government asked us to look for a permanent location. I suppose the question through the chair is, can you tell us anything about why the provincial government thought a permanent location could be good? And maybe in addition to that, from the city's perspective, why is permanent better than continuing to lease at variable locations?
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. I won't speak for the province, I'll speak for the city. I would say that the concern with having a temporary lease and a temporary shelter is that you have to renew terms. When there's other entities in that space, that can also cause some difficulties. And I think, I mean, as the word permanent implies, there's certainty to it. And so if the municipality, if the city feels that there's a civic responsibility to offer an emergency shelter, then frankly, a permanent shelter is better than frankly thinking about what we're going to do with 50 people next July.
Thank you. I want to maybe highlight what I think is one of the other benefits of a permanent location and then ask if administration can elaborate. At the end of the report, there's a comment, if we do purchase the permanent, the city would look to expand the community support program to the area and work with our PS for an integrated and collaborative approach. My question through the chair, is that integration, if I can call it that way, easier with a permanent location than with a variable moving location?
Who would like to take that? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks for the question. We think so. Like the community support program allows the organizations that are operating within the space to continue to operate within the space, and having the support program outside of the space, in neighborhood, in community, doing that like face-to-face outreach is important, and we've seen success. We've seen success around the Nest when the community support program has been engaged in partnership with RITSIS and alongside police and other service providers as well.
Thank you. My perspective is we're sort of already in the shelter game, as demonstrated by the fact that we have our name on a lease at the Nest. We're partnering with RITSIS. We're involved in this world already. My question through the chair is, how long has it been, and relatedly, what's the history of the city's involvement in providing direct funding to shelters of this sort, low barrier shelters?
Who wants to take that? Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, yeah, we have a long-standing history through our social development grant program, funding different public-facing organizations, providing more financial support for the programs and services that they offer, and lots of those have to do with housing and homelessness, whether it's Sophia House, Oxford House. So we support nonprofits through providing them dollars for their operations, and we've done that for quite some time.
Thank you. With respect to the, I'll call it the RITSIS shelter at the Nest, how much do we contribute toward that annually? How much did we contribute toward it in 2023 through the chair?
Who would like to take that? Ms. Val? Go ahead.
Through the chair, our 2024, or sorry, in 2023, we contributed $942,000, and the estimation to year end of 2024 will be 1.2. The cost that we are contributing is obviously the lease, the operating costs like utility bills and whatnot, and other supports if RITSIS requires them, from like furniture and supplies and things like that.
Thank you. If we continue down the road and option one passes as I think it ought, is the plan that some organization, either RITSIS or another organization, would be operating the facility on our behalf? It wouldn't be City of Regina employees directly providing services to these individuals through the chair.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Through you,
Yeah.
through the chair, Councillor LeBlanc, the intention is to have that service provider be, the city's position has always been Indigenous-led, Indigenous-run, considering the community that that shelter serves. It would not be city employees that would be working there.
Thank you. See, in the, I think the proposal for the first three options, including one which I'm recommending, has about 6 million coming from other levels of government, 1.5 coming from us, about 20% of the cost. I guess my general question through the chair is that pretty good to have us kicking in 20% for a project like this? I mean, is that sort of good value for the taxpayer money that we're responsible for 20%?
Who'd like to take that? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, it's a bit of a loaded question. I would say, again, some of council might say that not municipal responsibility to fund capital for emergency shelter. I would say on other capital assets, when we're looking at investments, whether it's like a P3, private, public, I would say having an investment of $6 million on something that costs $7.5 million is absolutely good value.
Thank you. And the first three options outline, essentially they're purchase the building and fund the 1.5 through these various reserves. Administration's recommendation is that we do it through the, the social development reserve. Comments, this is the appropriate reserve for funding of this sort. I wonder if you can elaborate on why of the reserves option is the social development reserve the correct reserve for that, or the preferred reserve rather.
I'm sorry, who's going to take that? Thank you. I don't know who you are, but. Sorry.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The social development reserve is recommended in this case because there's an amount of money that's currently uncommitted to any other projects through the housing incentives program or the permanent supportive housing operating grant that currently goes to the transitional housing project on Broad Street. The social development reserve's purpose broadly is to support investment in housing in the community. It's been around in some iteration or another since the 60s. So this, it's recommended in this case because it's in alignment with the purpose of the reserve.
Thank you. On my review, the location of the proposed building to purchase is not revealed in this document. If this passes at executive today, will that be shown to us when we vote on this on June 12th through the chair?
Who'd like to take that? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, because we have it on option, we have an agreement that we can't disclose the exact location. However, I'm absolutely willing, if council desires, to go in private and say where the location is.
I would request that.
Okay. All right, is there anyone opposed that we move in private? Okay. 10 minutes or whatever we say? All right, we will move into private. Thank you. just that we did receive confidential information, but no decisions were made. I think Councillor LeBlanc, you still have the floor, so go ahead. Oh, sorry, was it? Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
Yeah, as Councillor Bresciani said, we did receive confidential information about where the proposed location is. It does make administration's comments in option 4 ring true. So there they say that option is don't purchase this one, but keep looking for others, and essentially say that's the least preferable option. If you're going to purchase, you should purchase this one, and now's the time to do it. So I would agree with that assessment, having heard where the location is. To administration, we've talked a fair amount about, early on, about the, I'll call them logistical benefits of having a permanent location. So things like integration of service, predictability, and so on. I want to ask if there's any financial benefits with respect to operating costs in particular from a permanent location. So we'd had brief discussion about what are the operating costs of the lease location at the Nest. How does that go? I wonder if you can compare for us, if we purchase this building and use the capital, do we have an expected operating cost? And in particular, is that likely to vary significantly from the current operating costs at the Nest?
Who would like to take that? Okay. Mr. Corwitz, go ahead.
Through the chair. So yes, there would be monthly operational cost savings for the city, which would be substantial because we're not paying the lease amount. We would still pay for other operational costs, utilities, other costs that are associated with the shelter. I believe in the report we mentioned about $22,000 per month, as opposed to, I think we're somewhere between in around the $70,000, $75,000 per month range right now. So on an ongoing monthly basis. Now those costs are somewhat volatile because of utility changes, so on and so forth, but they would be in either case. So I think to answer your questions, yes, there would be operational savings.
Thank you. So just to make sure I'm understanding right, so is it fair summary to say the current operating costs of the Nest is around $70,000 a month, and the anticipated operating costs in this location would be around $22,000 per month, through the chair?
Through the chair, I think that would be a true statement, yes.
Thank you. I understand that other levels of government, in particular the province, subsidizes the $70,000 per month at the Nest right now. So the 70 is not fully on us. I have two questions. One is, am I right in that? And the second is, what would the state of operational funding allocation be between the city and other levels of government if we do the purchase option?
Mr. Krause, go ahead.
Through the chair, so no, this monthly cost is paid for by the city. The provincial funding is supporting the operator of the Nest. So the other expenses, the lease costs, the utilities, the other costs that we mentioned are paid for by the city.
Okay. Thank you. So I don't do math mercifully, but just to put it, so under the modeling of this is if we did purchase the building, our operating costs for this shelter as compared to the Nest would drop by $450,000 per year on average. 450 to 500 through the chair.
Through the chair, mercifully, I don't do math either, but I would agree that yes, if we were at 75,000 and we're down to 22,000, there'd be substantial savings.
Thank you. So just a comment. I think this has been a long time coming, the idea of purchasing a shelter, having it be permanent. So there are two references in the report. One of those, which I don't have the specific pinpoint for, is in January of 2023, Council directed administration to look into this sort of work. There was a vote on that respect. And the other is, we have in the report, the provincial government also asked administration to begin looking for a permanent location. So I think it makes perfect sense that if we're looking for a permanent location, rather than trying to negotiate a 99-year lease. We simply buy it, we can modify it as we want, we have this predictability for integration of services. I think from the capital perspective, it sounds pretty good. You know, in that we're putting in 20% of the costs, other orders of government are putting in the remainder. I think that's good. And then on the operating side, we've heard it's a good investment. Things will be cheaper to operate our own building than others. So with that, I'd seek your support for option 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so in support of this option, I guess I have a question about the risk of not pursuing this option. So we have at least 50 individuals currently in the Ritz's Nest facility, is that correct?
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, that is correct, through the chair.
Right, and so when that lease expires, barring, you know, some other investment from some other level of government and organization, at least 50 people will effectively be cast into the street to be dispersed into the existing, although limited, shelter space. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, and in summer, and as you can see right now, there's already seems to be an escalation of people.
Okay. This new facility will kind of be a net zero approach, even though the problem has escalated. So basically, at bare minimum, we need to make this investment just to stay where we're at. Do you have any sense of what the need is in the community? There's 50 that we know of. Our community-based organization signaling, like, what would be the adequate number to deal with those who are hardest to house?
Ms.
Through
Anderson?
the chair, I don't have an exact number, but I think I can point to things like we proactively had the warming bus run again this winter, and it was used, and shelters were at capacity.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say financially and just based on a social reality, there's greater risks in saying no to option 1 than pursuing it. So I'm happy you brought this forward, and I really wish we weren't the ones having to shoulder all this, but I'm certainly happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Any other speakers? I can't see online. Okay. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just wondering, how many properties have you been able to compare to? How big has the search been? And I just want to know how many options you've had. Oh, how long has this been in the works as well?
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Critch, go ahead.
Through the chair, real estate's eye on what might be a suitable location for the shelter essentially started after the closure of the original shelter from Camp Hope on Hamilton Street. So we've been aware of, sometimes actively or more actively or less actively looking for these. I would say that we've viewed between 15 and 20 properties and seen challenges of zoning, mostly old buildings, and essentially the biggest challenge would be locational challenges, I think, that we would identify when we looked at some of these buildings. But the majority of them were not at all suitable for a shelter and would have required either demolition or substantial renovations, in which case you still end up with an old building.
Okay. And what's our timeline that we've been working on this one?
On this particular one, I would say the last 6 months, we've been very actively working on these, but overall, probably the last 3 years of my life has been spent looking for shelter locations.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry, just 1 second. Blinking is the... Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead. There you go.
Thank you. So in terms of the recommended funding source for the social development reserve, what I read in the report is that there is an unallocated balance of 2.9 million. If we allocate 1.5 million for the purchase and renovations on the site, there'll still be 1.4 million unallocated. And it sounds like there's no plans for this. It says it will not have any impact to other housing commitments that we have. So this is just money that the unallocated balance is something that we don't have any plans for, aside from this. Is that accurate?
Who would like to take that? Okay, go ahead. Mr. Here, just go ahead.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So within the social development reserve, the total balance is about 5.1 million. Within that, we have a portion that is committed to housing incentives policy projects, affordable housing, whether it's rental or ownership. And then we have this unallocated portion that's currently not tied to any commitment. In terms of how we plan to use this money, Council approved back in February amendments to the housing incentives policy, which would allow staff to approve use of those uncommitted funds for housing incentives applications if the applications exceed our normal allocation of 1.5 million in a year. That's the current plan. We're in the process of reviewing the comprehensive housing strategy, so there might be outputs through that that determine other suitable uses for that money.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. Okay. Additionally, and the operating costs will come, it said, from existing budgets, which, as Councillor LeBlanc, through his questions, we found out that those will be substantially lower. Is that accurate?
I might ask Mr. Krawczyk to speak to that.
Mr. Krawczyk, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Great. Page 5 of the report mentions that this is a low barrier shelter. So if you can you elaborate on that further, just in terms of how low barrier and the distinction of low barrier versus no barrier, through the chair.
Okay, Mr. Slater, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, that's correct. This is a low barrier space, and the province has been moving towards commitment to these types of spaces. Our understanding is that individuals that are being supported in the spaces are of high acuity level, so more complex needs, maybe on the substance use spectrum, actively using, so they're although not using within the space, are supported by the service provider within the space, and that would, be sort of in line with our definition of low barrier.
Is the distinction in terms of low barrier versus barrier-free that there's no use of substances at the space? Is that what makes it low barrier as opposed to barrier-free?
Yeah, through the chair, this space doesn't allow substance use within the space. Like a zero barrier, no barrier might be, more in line with a safe injection site.
Right. Okay. Okay. I support this option as well, and I think that what we have here obviously is the result of years of work and many sites visited, and it's also really helpful that a funding source has been identified that's not going to have, it's not through the general fund reserve, it's not going to have a negative impact on other services that we're needing to provide. So I really appreciate the work that administration has done to bring this forward, and to me this is really easy to support. So it's always great to feel that way about recommendations from administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the administration. What is the legal form of the provincial contribution to this project?
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. So it is in the form of a forgivable loan. And so what that means is that it also counts against our total debt limit. So that's something to keep in mind. I would say that we're still waiting to finalize some of the details of that agreement. Some of the things that we know will be included in it are that it will be run as a shelter for the entire duration. And I would say the other thing that frankly we're pursuing in that agreement is that currently the province is providing funding, as we've mentioned, to RITSIS. And the loan, the forgivable loan over 10 years, we're asking if the province will guarantee funding operating RITSIS or the community-based organization to run the shelter for that duration as well. But again, I'll state clearly, we're still finalizing the loan agreement.
Am I correct in understanding it's a conditional loan?
Absolutely, through the chair.
And through Saskatchewan Housing Corporation?
That is correct.
And what are the conditions on the loan? What conditions could be triggered that would make the loan forgivable? That is, would cancel a provincial contribution?
Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, the one I stated already is if we stopped operating it as a shelter.
Are there any other conditions that are being discussed?
Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, no.
Is it possible that other conditions will be incorporated into the loan? That is to say, the loan is not guaranteed at the present time.
Well, through the chair, since it's not finalized, I guess I could say anything's possible. In our verbal conversations with the province, they have highly indicated that the main premise of the loan and what they're really trying to ensure is that we're running a shelter, a low barrier shelter.
Are there other premises that they seem to be suggesting?
Is there something more specific you can ask me? I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I'm not negotiating the loan, so it's hard for me to know why they just aren't making a grant of the money.
I would say, and I'm not the province, but if I was the province, they're giving us money, they want it used for its intended purpose.
Can I ask questions of the solicitor, of our solicitor?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Ms. Williams?
Through the chair. So the forgivable loan, this is something that they have done in the past as well, and the city has engaged in this kind of a loan program in the past with the provincial government. They have, I don't know their reasoning behind this, frankly. That's up to them in terms of how they decide to lend their money. They have done this in the past. This isn't uncommon, but it is a process that they have asked us to engage in with them. So the forgivable loan has some conditions. They are negotiating them currently right now. I indicated that what kinds of triggers would cause this to be not go through or to fail. And as Ms. Anderson indicated, it would really be that we fail to operate it as a shelter. I think also if we sold the building for some reason, if the city decided to sell the building, if they leased to a service provider that's not approved by Saskatchewan Housing Corporation, if we breached a term of the agreement. Of course, those are all sort of very typical clauses that would be included in any type of an agreement when money's being loaned to a third party. So those are the things. Also, the other would be if the city sells the shelter, permits an encumbrance to be registered against it, except as a builder's lien, we would have 45 days to have that discharged. And then if there was any financial statements that are materially adverse in relation to that project, if the project is damaged or destroyed and can't be repaired in 90 days, if the city fails to insure the building. Those would be the reasons that, those are the only reasons right now that have been put forward as why it may not proceed.
Thank you. I have other question with respect to the operation of the shelter. RITSIS currently operates it. What's the structure of that agreement? Who's it with? What's the nature of that agreement? And what would we be expected to take over, if anything, of that agreement?
Who would like to take that? Ms. Young, go ahead.
So thank you, Councillor Hawkins, through the chair, for the question. The operating and support for RITSIS to operate the emergency shelter or the New Beginning shelter at the Nest Health Center is all through arrangements and agreements with the province. And so we are not involved or engaged in those discussions, other than the city's position is what we've asked for in terms of service of this community is for that organization to be Indigenous-led and Indigenous-operated.
To this point, is there any indication that RISIS would assume the operation of a permanent shelter owned by the city? Is there any, maybe premature, is there any provision for the operation of the shelter?
So if I may, those are part of the negotiations that we have discussed and are engaging with the province with respect to that.
And is the province seeking to have the city take over the province's obligations under its agreement with RITSIS?
I don't believe so, sir, no.
We don't, at this point, own any permanent shelters for housing, assisted housing of any kind. What are the risks to the city in taking over this step into permanent housing?
Well, I think...
Ms. Young?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Apologies through the chair. With respect to risk, sir, I believe there's risk in terms of how does the negotiations for this arrangement get fulfilled. The city will stand by, or the administration will stand by its role to guard the city with respect to that risk. We will ensure that if there's any space or that we can come to agreement, that there's a suitable way for the city to, and the province and RITSIS to manage that risk. However, the front end, it's really about understanding what each other's needs are. And so the sole source or sole purpose for the city is to provide the infrastructure and not to provide operating. We've been asked by the province to go down this road on a number of other aspects for them with respect to their provincial commitment on impacting houselessness and addictions and mental health. We have been helpful to the best we can. You've heard from my colleague that we've been looking and working in this area for 3 years in a variety of methods of providing service to people living rough. So I'm probably not the best person to tell you about how we're managing risk. I believe our legal team will be navigating our way through that agreement with the province and their team as well.
In your discussions with the province, have you discussed with them the possibility of them providing permanent shelter space, or why they aren't providing permanent shelter space?
Who'd like to take that? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, we've been negotiating, frankly, from a place of what will the province contribute. Their original offer was 1.5 million, and then they doubled it. So they have not been willing to change that to them purchasing a permanent building, which is again why we've provided a variety of options for council to choose from.
Have they given any indication as to why they won't provide a permanent shelter space?
Through the chair, no, they have not.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers. I especially appreciate the way in which the member of council is phrased. Therefore, the question is not whether all residents deserve access to shelter care and core health services, and we all agree that the residents deserve that. Rather, the question becomes whether council wants to take on permanent ownership at a financial cost for an asset and service delivery traditionally paid for and provided by the provincial government. And that is the nub of the question. This is a responsibility, the responsibility to provide permanent shelter space for those in need, a responsibility that's clearly the onus is on the provincial government. That's not to say the city does not have a responsibility here. Indeed, we have significant responsibility and have contributed in this area over $9 million in the last year. Our responsibility looks like annual operating contributions, contributions to programs, ongoing contributions to assets, but never before a permanent contribution. And there is risk in the permanent contribution, and I think we've had difficulty identifying those risks, but I think we clearly have a feel for those risks. One, we don't know whether there is a provincial contribution that is without significant conditions. It simply hasn't been worked out yet. The agreement that the province would enter into with us is still undetermined. That is a real risk. The second risk relates to operating costs. Right now, the province has assumed the operating costs for providing emergency services and indeed permanent services. They are now saying, no, those operating costs will be transferred to the city. That is a risky business, and it's especially risky business over 10 years. We just don't know what we're getting into. We do know we would be getting into a jurisdiction that properly belongs with the province. In other words, what we have here is a classic case of provincial downloading onto the municipal government. Last question you might ask me is, well, why do you care? Why don't you just do it? It's worthwhile. The answer is because jurisdiction matters. We as a municipal government are responsible for very specific core things that are identified traditionally: police, parks, fire, recreation, and so on. The public expects us rightly to use municipally collected tax dollars to meet those obligations. My concern is if we enter into permanent shelter housing in what is a massive field, a field where there's real need, we will not be able to meet our responsibility to our core services that we provide to the public under our jurisdiction. We'd be accepting jurisdiction from the provincial government, which I feel belongs to the provincial government, and which we cannot guarantee that we can meet the cost. So I do not favor this. I would favor 4, actually. I think it would be useful for the city to, without the burden of seeking permanent space, to try and identify where there might be permanent space. But really, this is a job of the provincial government, and quite frankly, the municipal residential taxpayer. If we accept this kind of downloading, first for paratransit, then for this kind of permanent shelter space, given the demands that we have on our core obligations, and we've seen them week after week in this council, we will not be able to do the job. So I think that I'm not prepared to accept this download.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Nelson, did you? Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, is he? No, okay, thank you. Can I ask administration, how many other municipalities have entered into something like this where they've purchased? Who would like to take that? Ms. Young, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Our understanding is that there are agreements or arrangements attempting to be made in other jurisdictions in the province, Saskatoon, Prince Albert. There are other iterations of work we've done in similar jurisdictions with respect to the 24/7 low barrier supportive housing. And to my knowledge, I'm not familiar with what's occurred up north. Perhaps some of my colleagues are. Mr. Slater, please.
Mr. Slater, yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, yeah, Ms. Young is correct about cities in Saskatchewan, certainly similar relationship with the provincial government. Across Canada, there's a variety of approaches. We know of a couple cities who do own shelters out Vancouver way. There are, however, lots of cities who do not take on ownership, Edmonton, Winnipeg, out sort of Alberta way as well. and then some work on sort of a hybrid model operating, city in partnership with the service provider and the provincial government with varying responsibilities. But I'd say it's kind of mixed across Canada.
Thank you. Would you say that currently we have a hybrid model?
Through the chair, it's a good question. I mean, the reality is we don't own shelters at the moment.
Do we provide money? Do we purchase furniture? Have we helped out in different ways?
We've certainly provided financial support in different ways through our grant programs, absolutely.
Okay. I guess the other question I have is, with what the lighthouse in Saskatoon, what did we learn from that? What takeaways did we learn from the lighthouse in Saskatoon?
Through the chair, I'm not sure it's it's for our team to speak on Saskatoon's the reality in Saskatoon. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that unless someone else.
Well, I guess the question I'm asking is, if we move to have a shelter here that we are going to own, what are some of the things that we learned from Saskatoon that we would ensure that, because for sure, I mean, there was some real concerns downtown. So what kinds of things have we learned from that?
Through the chair, what I can say about our process, and Mr. Krawczyk can jump in at any time, is that we were asked to undertake an action to find space by the provincial government. I'd say that we set up a matrix that looked very carefully at location, at zoning, at the space, at cost, at services that exist within that space. We have a service provider that wants to be accepted in a community and wants to work with community, wants to work with other providers. So us picking a space, I'd say we did very, very carefully, and looking at community impact, neighborhood level impact, and quite frankly, the formalities of zoning were important too, but I don't know if my colleague wants to add anything.
Ms. Young, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. May I ask Ms. Pham to?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Pham, go ahead.
Through the chair, I think just to provide clarity as well to council, like regarding the lighthouse, the city does not own the lighthouse either, and so I think just for the city of Saskatoon does not own any shelter. So in regards to learning from them, like, we couldn't speak to them about that, but exactly as Mr. Slater has outlined, like, we have a very robust decision-making matrix when it comes to how we decide where the location of shelters go. Obviously, we've learned over the last 3 years, as well as making sure that the province and our service provider are in agreement as well.
Yeah, and just, I should have been more clear in my question. It was more regarding as to citing a location, as to the thing is learnt, for amenities and all other things that are needed around a shelter. Councillor Hawkins asked about, what the risks are. I would also ask, if the government does not come through with the funding as far as continuing the operating. So I just use this in hesitation with, I'll use the example as in paratransit. When we first started, paratransit was a provincial offered program. City had said, hey, we need to have more time for paratransit, we need to have more people picking up. Well, we are the face of the people. Government was not going to increase anything there. So we then in turn said, hey, transit, taxpayers of Regina, you got to pitch in because we have a problem. Who funds paratransit now? Taxpayers of Regina. taking that program right over. It used to be a provincial program. So I'm not against, absolutely, the need of a shelter, because there's a need there. My worry is that we get into another area that all of a sudden, we've got now we're going to do a 50 or maybe 50 person. We heard from Councillor Stevens that's just the little portion of, and I've participated in the pit counts for homeless at least 2 to 3 times now, and that is a very small amount that would make an impact there. So I guess the question I ask administration, when we open one and get the land or the building, what's the next step after this one's really is at capacity? What's the plan? Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I think all I can speak to is the one that we're looking at, and frankly, that's why I very clearly tried to position it in the report as it is a consideration about the city in a way entering a new service. When you buy something permanently, and especially something as needed and essential and critical as providing housing to the most vulnerable, when you're in it, you're in it. And so I would say that for me, from a financial perspective, the consideration on this one is that I can't say that at a future time, the city would not have to provide some sort of operational funding for whoever it is that's doing it, because we only have certainty of funding for the current agreement, which I think is just the next couple of years. Is it 2 years? Yeah. Yeah, so I would say that's a consideration, is that we would be basically entering a new service as far as actually owning that capital asset. And it is always more difficult to stop a service that you're providing than to not offer it in the first place.
Thank you for that. One of the questions that we heard from some of the youth that came forward from North Central was if you start something, don't stop it, continue it on. And my worry is if funding doesn't happen, if it continues on for a couple of years, and then the ask could be is that, you know what, City of Regina, you're doing a great job, you've got the building, you're not going to back out now because you own the building. My worry is that we are going to be trapped with then looking after the paying for some of the operating, some other things that could come up. The other thing I guess I struggle with is now that I do know the location, I struggle with that location. I didn't have that information before, but I do struggle with that location. I know administration has worked diligently. We heard from Mr. Krawchuk, it's been quite some time. It's not an easy feat, I understand that. But this is imperative if we're going to do anything like this, that we get this location right. In the right area, right amenities, right supports. So that's a concern I have as well. I'll leave it there for now. Mayor Masters. Oh, just, sorry. Sorry, we are at break, so we'll break for 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:45. Okay, I think we are ready to get started, Mr. Nickel. Okay, so can I ask a just before I finish, and then I'll move on to Mayor Masters. I think she's on the line. Okay, yeah. One of the questions that I was wondering is there not an opportunity, or have we thought of this, where the city does not have to own this, but one of the nonprofits could take this on, say it'd be Ritzis? Is that something, rather than us being the landlord, they could have this funding in some way, from the government and was that considered? Who would like to take that? Ms. Anderson? You go.
Through the chair, I think, I mean, the ask to us was to seek a permanent shelter, and so really that has been our focus. If we had a capital asset, you know, is there an opportunity to like lease it to another organization for $1 or something? Like, there's all sorts of options, but I will say that we have really, like, our scope on this has been, and the ask has been, and frankly, the funding is tied to the purchase of a permanent building. And I think as well, there may be implications. We've got the loan from the province as well, and so there may be implications there. So we've really just followed the instructions of search for a permanent building.
Sorry, can I ask, when was that direction?
Well, that's what the funding, I mean, we've got $3 million federal funding that council actually approved. And then what started out as the $1.5 million provincial funding, that's now $3 million. And what was tied to that is go find a permanent shelter. And even the nest, we were looking for a permanent shelter, and what we were hoping for originally is that it would be a 99-year lease, and that frankly, hopefully, was going to satisfy what the province had requested of us. But the funding that we've received has been tied to frankly finding a permanent location.
So just last question. So the $6 million is tied to a permanent location, but does it have to be the city of Regina that is the owner of that land? Could it not be Ritzis or some other nonprofit to own that? Why does the city need to be the owner in that?
Through the chair, I think I would just say, as I said earlier, I mean, there would always, I guess, be opportunities to turn the building over. I mean, we're not operating it, but again, we would have to see even the $3 million, frankly, for the provincial loan, if that is allowed, because I think what Ms. Williams already said is that in the preliminary conversations, one of the things that is traditionally tied to a loan is that you don't take the grant and then sell the building. But again, I mean, it's absolutely a consideration.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, that was actually one of my questions. I know that in this search, it's been incredibly difficult. Every location that we found has been really a really difficult thing. I can say that the alternative response officers partnering as well as the community safety patrol are being 50% funded by the provincial government with the intention that they deal with the crime that surrounds shelter space, essentially. I guess my question is, there was a risk question asked about what are the risks of buying this particular site. I'm not sure there was an answer other than in terms of mitigating risk. Have we identified risks associated with owning this particular site?
Who'd like to take that? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I think the risk that we've identified is the agreement with the Sask Housing Corporation and the negotiations the city has to go through in regards to making sure that we are not liable if the operations funding ceased. That's the biggest risk right now with moving forward with the purchase of this site.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you for that. In terms of the purchase price and renovation, what's the breakdown in purchase price versus renovation?
Through the chair, the purchase price is 5.7 and the renovation, including contingency, is 1.8 million.
That's $5.7 million for how many square feet?
Through the chair, I'd like to direct that to Mr. Krawcheck, please.
Mr. Krawcheck?
Thank you.
The 5.7 is for the entire property. This building is approximately 10,000 square feet.
Sorry, that's the total square footage that we're buying with 5.7 million?
Sorry, the total square footage would be approximately 20,000 square feet.
Given the length of time this site has been worked on a number of months and the previous year of 2023, had we ever investigated building a site?
Who'd like to take that? Mr. Krawcheck, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, we have. We've looked at different parcels of land. We've looked at delivery times and costs of construction. And again, we're unable to find a suitable site in order to complete that.
Okay, Councilor Bresciani asked my other question about final ownership of the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Councillor Findura? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I just have one technical question to ask, and I don't know the answer to it. If and when this matter goes to council, are we required to reveal the location of the properties we're talking about?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Go ahead.
From a legal perspective, through the chair, there is no requirement to reveal the location because this is a purchase of a property at fair market value, which actually does not require council approval. We're coming to council because of the purchase, the additional funding to borrow to purchase the building, but the actual purchase of property is not, at fair market value, does not require council approval.
Thank you for that. I didn't know that. I just want to make sure I understand. So if administration decided to purchase my house at fair market value, it could do so without council approval?
Ms. Williams?
Sorry. Yes, if it's in budget, through the chair, that is a possibility, yes. The purchase of property is not guided, or is not requiring council approval. Sale is a different matter. The sale of property is different, but the purchase of property does not require council approval if it's within budget.
And when you say within budget, does it have to be specifically within budget, or could it just be in a budget envelope?
Perhaps I'll turn that to Mr. Lacey if he has any further comments on that, but
Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, we're talking hypothetical, but I would say hypothetically that yes, there is a possibility it could be within a broader budget envelope.
Thank you very much. House is not for sale.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli, did you have any further questions at all? No? And is Councillor Stanichuk online? Okay, perfect. Counselor LeBlanc, I see no other, so you are, can close. Go ahead, and I'll give you your microphone. Yeah.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Concerns were raised with the appropriateness of the location. I ask that we go in private to further discuss why administration is recommending this location.
Okay. Yes, anyone opposed? All right, we will go in private. private. Councillor LeBlanc, you still are now closing debate, so go ahead.
Thank you. As the mover of option 1, I would like to add a new point 7, and I'll request the clerk's help on this, but the essence of what I'm looking for is that the City of Regina administration will disclose the proposed location of the shelter being discussed as part of the June 7th package materials for the June 12th meeting.
Okay, Amber will put it up on the screen for us here.
And if I can just provide
Yes,
context
yeah,
for those
please.
asking, in private, we discussed some of the legal ramifications of this disclosure, and so that's where this is coming from. We had a private conversation about this broadly, but no decisions were made.
Thank you, yes. Okay, I just showed the amendment there is in yellow.
We're just going to tweak it a little bit.
The only thought is, should it be on June 7th, not prior?
Yeah. Well, what we're understanding is as part of, it'll be.
Oh, yeah.
But
You're right.
I'll say on June 7th.
Yeah.
On June 7th.
Councillor Mansell, do you have a question?
I do, I was kind of review, yep.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So
Dan.
I was just going to say, I understand Councillor Mancinelli has a few questions. I'm happy to cede the floor if I can still close debate.
Yes.
If that's allowed.
That's fine, yes.
Thanks, I was just kind of going over everything that's been covered so far, and the road kind of went down, but I didn't hear it really solidified. Just reading through news articles and paying attention to the problem across the country, the world, it sounds like sometimes when you go into a shelter, having too many beds in one place can be detrimental, almost like a training ground or, too big of a threshold of people with the same problem. It sounds like sometimes smaller amounts in more locations is a better solution at times where possible to achieve. I'm just wondering if administration, first of all, is that true or is that just something I'm making up from reading people who don't know what they're talking about? And second of all, was that considered through this, especially when we tie into a property purchase?
Who would like to take that? Mr. Slater, or no? Ms. Pham, go ahead, yes.
Through the chair, yes, we've had many conversations with Ritz's and the province around the size of the shelter. We've actually found 50 is actually the perfect number. The goal would be not to go above that.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that was part of the consideration. And I just wanted to make a comment. I really agree with Councillor Hawkins, Councillor Bresciani about the downloading, but I also know that in my lifetime this is a problem that's become very, very huge, and that's not something I remember as a young man. So sometimes when the world changes, you have to change with it, and I think the problem outweighs the argument in this situation, and we have to make the changes, so I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. There was talk of the risk of either the funding from the province not coming through initially, or it coming through and then us failing to meet the terms and then it not being a forgivable loan. So I want to ask about both aspects of those. If this passes, option 2 says authorize staff to enter an agreement to get the $3 million from the province. My first question through the chair is, how confident is administration that if we pass this, you can reach an agreement with the province to get us the $3 million?
Ms. Williams?
The negotiations through the chair have been going, I think, they've been going on for some time, but they've been going very well. I think we're very confident that we'll be able to come to an agreement with the province with respect to this forgivable loan.
Thank you. And then through the chair, assuming you do reach that agreement and the money comes, how confident is administration that we can comply with the terms of that contract for the 10 years such that it is forgivable?
Again, through the chair, thank you for the question. I think that we're very confident that, that there would be nothing that would really impact on us meeting the conditions of that loan. The conditions are really about the typical conditions of any other loan, like insurance on the property, which I mean, of course, that's not a concern for the city, given that we have insurance on all other buildings that the city owns. Most of the conditions are really in relation to things that the city is saying we would not do, which we, of course, would not do when we're looking at using this location as a shelter for the unhoused. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything there that would be a high risk to the city not being able to comply with.
Thank you. Councillor Brasciani made an important comment around some of the youth, I think from North Central Strong, said, if you're going to start something, finish through with it. I think this vote today actually provides a good opportunity for that. So as mentioned in the report, in January 25, 2023, Council directed, quote, spend the money on $3 million for the purchase of a building which will be transformed into an Indigenous-led emergency wellness center. And that was a unanimous vote of council a year and a half ago. I think we started down that path, and this vote today and on the 12th provides an important opportunity to finish what we started, to follow that important directive. So my position is we're already in this, and this is what it looks like to continue partnering in that and to do it in an economically feasible way. We heard a fair amount about the reduced operating costs. The final point I want to make in support of option one is, from my perspective, the vote to provide an emergency shelter for houseless folks isn't only an act of charity, it's actually an act of city building. So last week I was at a good meeting with business owners in the warehouse district, and they had safety concerns, they had concerns about people sleeping under steps, overdosing, and they said, they used the language of downloading. This feels like the city is downloading all of your social issues onto us. I run a retail shop. Why am I administering Narcan? Shouldn't that be you folks? And I think that's a real fair concern. And we had some brainstorming, and this feels to me like an opportunity to support our business community also. I think similarly, you know, we saw this issue and the lack of response to it come to our very front yard last year. We had a bunch of unhoused people on our front yard. That wasn't great for local businesses. That wasn't great for the city of Regina. There are very pragmatic financial reasons to take this step in addition to the sort of charitable one. So I think there are very good reasons for us to continue down the path we set administration on in January and to support our businesses and others who suffer the cost when we don't get involved in this game, which, as Councillor Mancinelli noted, is an increasing concern. It's come onto our front step, but it's up to us to engage and take this step. So would seek your support for option one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. So I guess we'll ask the clerk to, now are we going to just vote all together in one? Yeah, okay. All right, call the vote.
Stadnichuk in favor.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 6-2. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Stevens, and Stadnichuk. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins and yourself, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we're going to continue going to 12:15. So, all right. So we will move to, apologize here. We will now consider EX 24-39, Regina Downtown Business Improvement District 2023 Annual Report. Welcome. Judith, you just wanted to introduce yourself, and of course, we know who you represent, but for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to present. Oh, and you need a microphone. There you go.
We're good?
You're good.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I'm Councillor Bresciani and the Executive Committee of City Council. My name is Judith Verasuk, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I am pleased to be here today on behalf of my Board of Directors to present our 2023 annual report, which was just distributed to you. In the package, you would have also received our 2023 audited financial statements. Just a quick refresher, Business Improvement District is an entity created by City Council. We were formed in 1981, and we represent commercial property owners within our boundary, and they provide funding for our operations through a special levy. Our boundaries go from Angus Street to Halifax Street, from the railroad tracks south to 13th, and then along Broad south to College Avenue. Pre-COVID, over 35,000 people came to work downtown every day. That number's in flux as we adjust to work from home and hybrid working. Over 20,000 people live in downtown Regina and the 4 adjacent neighborhoods, so that's Center Square, Cathedral, Heritage, and Warehouse. However, the total population of downtown proper is about 750 as of 2020. I just wanted to note that that downtown Regina is 1% of the land area of the city, yet it accounts for 4% of the assessed value of Regina and 7% of the property tax capture. RD-BID is self-funded. Funding for BID is provided by all the commercial property owners within our boundary. Our board sets a mill rate, which is presented and approved by council, and you did that, I think, 2 months ago. The mill rate is applied to the assessed value of the property in downtown. Levy is collected by the city and along with the municipal property tax, education tax, and library tax, and then redistributed back to us by the city after collection. 2023 continued to be a year of adaptation as there's been a significant change in consumer habits, work trends, and the social and mental well-being of our community. This required RD-BID to amend many of our programs and initiatives to continue to support economic recovery in downtown Regina. Some of the highlights in 2023, the introduction of the Downtown Regina gift card, which we launched in November. We have over 100 businesses participating, and in December, we sold close to $50,000 in gift cards, which supported Christmas or holiday shopping in our downtown businesses. We officially opened the Regina Downtown Warming Chalet with the support from the City of Regina and Prairie's CAD. The chalet also integrated work from 3 local artists, Erica Patmore, Madison Pascal, and Kayla Hansen. In partnership with the Warehouse District BID and the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce, we launched the City Building Speaker Series. In 2023, we brought in Tim Tompkins, who was the former Times Square Alliance CEO from New York City, and Tom Mahler and Hannes Kovac from the City of Calgary, with interest in downtown strategy and development for that community. More recently, in 2024, we hosted Pilar Martinez and Carl Belanger from the Edmonton Public Library, and last week, Yorick Bayer shared his European perspective on the future of cities. Our Path to Reconciliation, which is highlighted on the front cover of the document we distributed, is a 350-foot long street mural, which was installed along Scar Street. Local artists Gina Dunbar and Brandy Jones, with the guidance of Elder Brenda Dubois and Audrey Drever, designed the mural in the style of a Métis sash. This mural has received local, national, and international recognition for its beauty and its commitment to truth and reconciliation. RD-BID also provided support to the Regina Open Doors Society mural and the Better Bus Youth mural located on 11th Avenue. Some of our other art projects include our Gallery Box exhibition series and the winter art installation Crystallize. In 2023 Frost, we brought over 15,000 people to downtown Regina to participate in our winter activities. Summer in the Square program returned, which included Storytime in the Park, Fitness in the Plaza, Art in the Park, the Downtown Cinema, Words in the Park, and Salsa Summer Nights. We celebrated live music through Crawlapalooza, which was a partnership with live music venues in downtown Regina. We expanded our Urban Canvas program with different beautification, I should remove that, that's old, different beautification projects throughout downtown. We kicked off our holiday season with our annual tree lighting, brunch with Santa, and an Agribition pancake breakfast. We hosted the 6th annual Downtown Cleanup Day. We supported our members through marketing, social media promotion, promo materials, and our e-newsletter. Some of our member promotions included our Where It's At weekly promotions, Shop Downtown gift guides, game day promotions, and our corporate gift card rebate program. We supported our downtown restaurants through Burger Week, Beef Week, festive beverages, and our Restaurant Week promotions. We continued operation of our community support program, which was recently renamed and expanded into the Regina Street Team in partnership with the City of Regina and RPS. There are many more other programs and initiatives that are detailed in the annual report. As we continue to move towards economic recovery, we will continue to evolve our programs and introduce new initiatives to best serve our membership. Thank you for the opportunity to share our annual report with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from committee? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and I just want to say kudos. The people I've talked to in the downtown are just super, super impressed. The businesses, they really are happy. You guys are doing everything you can. Just a question, is there more that we can do, or is there more that you hear from the businesses, since you're there and you're talking, that we can do as a city to help them? We're really trying to grow downtown, I get it. They know best what to do. Is there just a few ideas? Is there anything that you can maybe share with us today, through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I think it's, I'm going to answer it in two ways. I am very appreciative of all the support that City Council and City Administration have been giving to our organization. We have a lot of projects on the go, and all of the administrative team has been super helpful. I think where we are learning is construction and traffic accommodations. I'm sure everyone remembers the great Sass Drive closure of 2024. But we're learning and we're taking notes, and I'm happy to let everyone know that the construction has moved to the north side of the street, so that kind of opens back up those parkades. So again, these are lessons learned, because we're going to be in ongoing construction for a number of years. On the flip side, I will be requesting another audience with the Police Commission. I do want to address some of the safety concerns being brought up by our businesses downtown. Just having more patrols. I know the alternate resource officer program will be coming online, but that's September and it's May. Yeah. And I'm getting daily reports of mischief and vandalism that need to be addressed. And I think some of that can be addressed by just regular patrols, whether it's beat or mobile patrols. We do the best we can with limited budget in terms of supporting private mobile patrols, but having more police presence in downtown, I think will help give confidence to businesses, knowing that someone's looking out for them, and it may also deter crimes of opportunity. So
the big concern, just so I'm clear on this, is just maybe the big concern is mischief and vandalism, little things like that. But so what the downtown is saying is maybe if we just had the police patrolling that area a little bit more.
That is correct, through the chair. I've had one business owner that unfortunately has had vandalism 2 times in 1 month, the same property, and she watched her video security camera feed, and the vandals were trying to break in for a period of 4 hours, and she had it all on video, and not one patrol drove by. And this was in the middle of the night. It was between the hours of 2 and 5. And they didn't get in the first time. They got in behind the gate and tried to break windows. The next time, 2 weeks later, they were back at it again, and now they're taking furniture and trying to truck it through the window. So again, 2-3 hours each time of vandals kind of working on a property. I think having drive-bys or mobile patrols would have at least identified, stopped it in the process, rather than, the sun coming up being the deterrent, right?
Right. Okay, Councilor Regina and I both sit on the police force. Maybe that's something that we can bring forward.
A request will be coming in for an audience.
Thank you very much. That's all I had. I just wanted to just get your
No problem.
brief point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. In your remarks, you noted about the property taxes that come in downtown and the assessed value. I think what you said is, actually, how about can you repeat those and then elaborate on that a bit further, please?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Downtown makes up 1% of the land area of City of Regina. Actually, it might be a little less now because the city has expanded boundaries. So we were at 1%. So of the properties downtown, of all of the properties in our city, downtown is worth 4% of the assessed value of the entire city. They contribute based on the mill rate and taxes paid by the commercial property owners downtown. They pay 7% of the annual budget.
7% of the property tax, the city's property tax?
Yeah, your property tax capture, if you parse out just the downtown commercial properties, 7%. And that's 2023 numbers.
Okay. And so the reason why I wanted you to repeat that is, and we've had this conversation before, folks, I hear from folks saying, just forget about downtown, why continue investing there? Essentially, not in these words exactly, but it's not gonna work, just walk away from downtown, like you can't save it. And so these numbers, I think, was part of your response in the past, like why is downtown important? And if aside from, for whatever other reasons someone might believe that, there is real money that comes into the city from our downtown, and this is why if we want to keep property taxes low, if for no other reason, why we should continue to invest in downtown. Is that a summary of?
Through the chair, absolutely. And I will say, we did those numbers in 2013, and the property tax capture at that time from downtown was 10%. So where did the other 3% come from? It came from everywhere else.
Yeah.
So I think this is why, if you want to, I guess, address the problem of rising taxes on residential, commercial needs to do its part, and it's doing as much as it can, but when your assessed values are dropping, there's only so much the city can do on that end. I'm currently working with the folks at Data for Good, and this was one of the problem statements that we're working on and looking at that, I guess, the balance effect of that. And I know the 2013 numbers because we did a study back then, and our first, I guess, project was looking at 2023, but in about a month, I should have those same stats from 2009 to 2014, 2019, so we can see what that trajectory is. And we're working on, I guess, I'm not a tech person, but a dashboard where we could look at what the impact of a change in assessed value for downtown, what is the impact on property outside of downtown, down to like the property level. So you can plug in your address and say, okay, if downtown's assessed value goes up 5%, this is the impact on my property tax at whatever, I'm not going to say my address, but at your personal address. And conversely, if property assessment goes down 5-10%, this is the impact on, you know, 29, 59, 11th Street, whatever it is, right? So.
Okay, so just to summarize, if for no other reason, if you want to keep property taxes lower, investing in downtown will have a positive impact on keeping your property taxes from continuing to rise.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakidniak. In regards to, council has just given, I think, was it 500,000 to downtown to do what kind of things, Judith?
Through the chair. Yes, actually, I just gave an update to city administration the other day, so it was fresh in my head. Our clean team is expanding to 5, from 2 to 5 folks as of June 3rd, so next Monday. And we're going to begin taking over some of the cleanliness maintenance in the downtown area. So removing garbage from the waste bins, graffiti removal, power washing, all that sort of stuff. So that's going to start soon. We do have our beautification projects. So I think the first to go is artwork being installed on transit benches in the temporary locations along Vic Park. We also have additional Edison lighting going up. We're working with the city on that, so that should be in about 2 or 3 weeks along FW Hill Mall. We have about, I want to say, up to 10 mural locations. We're just working through some agreements with the both the artists and the property owners, so those will be installed over the course of the summer. We have a street painting mural. We're going to redo the mural that was on the alley next to Copper Kettle, so that's between Scarth and Hamilton. So we have an agreement with the folks from Buckets and Borders, and that should be going this summer. And then we're working on some interim use projects on some of the vacant land in downtown. We're in the process of negotiating leases, and I'm hoping to be able to announce more details in the coming month, like definitely before July, so.
Okay, great, thank you for that. I didn't hear any lights or lighting at all in your, because I know...
So through the chair, the city is installing, they're currently doing it right now, installing lights in the trees along Scarth, Vic, and Lorne, so in Victoria Park. And then once the city staff is finished with that, they're going to help us install lights on FW Hill Mall and,
Awesome.
and the plaza. So we're just waiting on the lift truck.
Awesome, that's great. Lights are going to be huge down there.
Absolutely.
And lots of lights, like not just a few strings like in front of City Hall, like
Yes.
lots, like just make it sparkle.
So the dashboard number is that the city is installing 12 kilometers of lights in Victoria Park. So that's the distance between Northgate Mall and Golden Mile. So if you string it
Wow,
all.
that's
So
great.
that's the
Okay.
quote they
Light
gave
it
me.
up. Thank you for that. So I had another question in regards to no parking on Vic across from the Sask Hotel. That whole block there goes for probably a block or maybe 2 even. Why is that?
Through the chair, right now that's the temporary location for the transit buses. So the buses will queue there, and that's where all the bus stops are. And I would imagine that it will be that way until construction on 11th is complete. So I think transit can probably give you more details on that, but construction on 11th is going to continue for at least a couple more years. So it will be like that for the next couple of summers, unless an alternate location is identified. But it seems to work for everyone, and
Yeah, perfect. Last question I have, and someone asked me the other day, why do we not, if we really want to get downtown going and buzzing, why do we not offer incentives for a new business to come up and set up downtown like other cities do. And so I just want to know, have you ever had those conversations? Because I keep hearing that it's too expensive, that square foot for a smaller business is too expensive to go downtown. So I would like to know, have you ever looked into that?
Through the chair, I think that's a great question, and I'm going to give you a double answer.
Sure.
So the first answer is that, yes, we are definitely looking at incentives. In fact, council had directed administration to come back with a report on intensification incentives, so not just strictly with respect to office, but just development incentives for downtown or center city. So we're working with the planning department on coming up, like we're doing our research and then comparing notes, and then I'm sure we're going to have a conversation about what is most appropriate for the situation that we have here, because it's not always one size fits all.
For sure.
The second answer to rents kind of being kind of high, I would, if people have those questions, they should direct them, please direct them to me. I do feel that rents have come down a lot. Like we recently moved our office, and I've been looking at rental rates, and the actual rental rates are actually affordable, depending on what type of building you're going into. So if you do have prospective businesses that are looking for space in downtown, please direct them my way. I'm happy to meet with them, happy to introduce them to our landlords downtown. And I know everyone's kind of in the same boat where the price posted is probably not the price that they would accept. Like, there's wiggle room these days, so.
Yeah, and I'll just again, I think the incentive is to get that downtown has to be for new businesses to get kind of, you know, something going, because I think that would be healthy. But Councillor, thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. 2023 looked to have been a very busy year. What accomplishment are you most proud of? You've had a lot of them in 2023.
Through the chair, yes, very proud of this, but I know this is live and I'm going to be jumping the gun on this. I think I'm most proud of that path to reconciliation. We were recently notified that we received the International Downtown Association Pinnacle Award for that project.
That's great.
If ever watching online, please don't put that out further, but a news release, I think the timing of the announcement is in line with the conference, which is in September, but I think we're just so proud of it that I'm happy to share that with you, and it was impressive. I think people from across North America took a look at that project and they said, this is the best of the best, and this is the way we would recommend other downtowns take on beautification projects that are respectful to the culture of their community and celebrate the culture of the community. So that, I mean, that's why it made the front cover. So we are very proud of that, and I think 2023 was also the year that we laid a lot of groundwork for the Regina Street team. We just had our launch a couple weeks ago, but a lot of the work to get to that point started in 2023. So yeah, I think those are the two projects that I'm most proud of, and I'm proud of everything, but those two kind of rise to the top. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Judith. Through the chair, you've been with RD Bid for 13 years, I believe?
14. Thank you for making me feel old.
Oh, no. You're just stepping into your stride. With that, I just wanted to really make sure, all the projects that go on with the year, all of the staff and everything else you've been accomplishing for 14 years, have you taken on a whole new set of responsibilities with the street team and done it well, just to bring it to bear and let everyone understand that what you've given and brought to Regina for its citizens and for the RD Bid?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. The Regina Street team is a significant project. I would say that is worth between a third and a half of our budget now, so we've definitely grown it. The need is there. The need is not going away. So it's something that that will continue to be a priority for us. And they just staffed up. I think we're up to 12 positions now on that team. And we're diversifying because when we first started, it was really focused on outreach. And now we're starting to look at clinical social work, case workers as part of that program. And then further to that, working closely with our funder, the Community Social Impact Regina folks, we're really looking at how we measure things and how we report our metrics. So the funding that they provided to us was really tied to evaluation. So we meet with them like every 2 weeks, and we're developing those measurements and training staff on how we present the information, because it helps fulfill CSER's mandate as well. So we're working part and parcel with them on that.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all the extra work over and above your original job, and knowing how well you've represented the RD bid, all the accomplishments, especially coming out of a pandemic and all the pressures on downtown. I think you do an exceptional job. Just want to say that publicly, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions, Judith, thank you very much. Thank you for coming and providing all the information you did today and the great work. Okay, I'll open it up. Mr. Lacey? Do you want to introduce the board? Do you have anything to add at all, or? And you need a microphone, sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District requires the Business Improvement District to submit an annual report and audited financial statements from the previous year. This report meets that requirement, and the report before you is an information item that's receive and file.
Thank you very much. So can I have someone please, as we consider EX 2439, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District 2023 Annual Report, can I have someone please move that report? Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli. And any questions for administration? Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a statement, being the representative for council on the RD bid. This is a well-organized committee, a well-run committee. The financial committee within audits and looks after the statements with the auditor quite well. They have an HR subcommittee as well. I have great belief and confidence in the recommendations coming forth, and I ask you all to support them.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Councillor, do you want to close?
Nothing to close.
Thank you very much. We'll take the vote. Is Councillor Stavish online? Oh, okay.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you very much. Oops. Thank you very much. Are we going to break for lunch now? Okay, so I understand we do have to break for lunch now. I would like to ask, yeah, or, yeah, it is a very busy agenda. Do we have to, can we go 20 minutes? Oh, okay, so I guess, how about, well, actually,
It should be 45 minutes, but if you agree.
can we agree on 30 minutes?
No, I think we need a break.
I agree on 30. Well, then go with 110, because that's what
Well,
the procedure bylaw says. It's
do we have to have unanimous agreement?
Well, yes, to change it. Yeah, because that's what's in the bylaw. So go with 10 after 1.
Okay.
No, it's 12:15 is your break.
Okay. So, 10 after 1, then I guess we'll have to do that. You need 2 or 3 more minutes? Find another counselor, Dragon. We are going to get started. If you want to introduce yourself, you got 5 minutes, and you may be questions after.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, Chair and Council. My name is Lisa Gibbons, and I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. As we look back at 2023, there were many highlights. From an event standpoint, some of those highlights included Frost. In 2023, some of our programming moved off of the yards as we adapted to the space and infrastructure challenges. The Ice Bar moved to Rebellion Patio, and we hosted our first T-Swift dance party, gathering a sold-out show at the Exchange, Regina's oldest live music venue. We supported programming at a variety of venues throughout the Warehouse District, working with local establishments to create vibrancy during a traditionally slow time. We also hosted Food Truck Wars, filling an underused parking lot with more than 12,000 visitors over 2 days. We also took over the Hop Circuit, which has had many different homes, and we launched that in July of 2023 with a sold-out program in as little as 6 weeks, which was a record for Hop Circuit. This great locally led initiative was developed in 2020 by Rebellion. The Hop Circuit includes 6 breweries, 2 of which are outside of our district. We encourage everyone to stop in at a local brewery, purchase a beverage, and receive a stamp. Once completed, you can turn your map in for an exclusive Hop Circuit glass. And of course, you don't need to do it all in one day. Fun fact, our oldest participant in Hop Circuit was 82 years old last year, and we hope to see that grow this year. We supported other events like the Agribition Kickoff Breakfast at Local Market, where we were joined by horses, cows, and goats in the former Weston Bakery building. Signature events like Agribition are great for our business community, and we look forward to working with them again this year. Throughout the year, we highlighted a number of businesses and community members, including features in our Delicious Sandwich series, Burger Week in partnership with Downtown, our holiday retail promotions, and sidewalk celebrations. I'm serious. A new sidewalk is a big deal in the Warehouse District, and we're not afraid to celebrate it. Engagement work continued in preparation for Dewdney Avenue transformation. This is a major infrastructure project that will have a lasting impact on building density in the Warehouse District and supporting development of the yards. We do not take the impact of this project on businesses lightly, and we look forward to continued engagement as we move through various stages of construction over the next 2 years. I'd encourage everyone to adopt a Dewdney business during this time and support them either by stopping and shopping or sharing their social media posts. While we're thankful for the investment in infrastructure, We know there are many more projects on the horizon that need attention, and we will continue our advocacy work on that front. Including in that is the extension of Dewdney from Broad up to Toronto Street. That's another major project that is high on our radar. We also began work on the Warehouse District Vision Plan with support of the City of Regina in 2023. And we'll be happy to share the vision plan and implementation strategy at the City Centre Core Development Advisory Committee in the next month. An agreement was reached and funded by the City of Regina for interim use of the yards. That programming is being built to complement the construction schedule and the needs of the community, so you should see more on that shortly. Over the past month, I've had the pleasure of providing a number of warehouse walkabouts to review challenges and opportunities in the district. I leave you today with an open invitation to join me on a walkabout in the district. We can call this Choose Your Own Adventure, and I'm happy to take you through any time that you're available. I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that information. Great work. Any questions for Lisa? Anyone at all? Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Just the same question as I asked Judith for the downtown. Is there anything more that you need, and what's well, maybe the one or two things that you're hearing from businesses within the district to help us as councillors to prioritize stuff to the chair?
Yeah, that is a fantastic question. I think some of the challenges that we've seen come out of construction are going to require some nimble approaches to that. And I've been happy to work with administration on that. We're in some cases implementing new processes at the city, so there's been some great learnings on that, but that does take up a fair amount of time. And we appreciate the willingness in the city's behalf to participate, and we hope that that is encouraged and continues. The other challenge Councillor LeBlanc brought up earlier, we had a meeting with some of our property and stakeholders related to safety and security. And while some of those things are mischief related, we are seeing an increase in real challenging safety situations where folks feel quite comfortable shooting up in front of a business during the day. And so while there's not an easy answer for that, we would love to engage more with RPS. We're part of the North District, which is quite a large span of the city, and we think we have more in common with downtown and those challenges than we may in the very north part of our city. So our request is to be considered part of the downtown district when we look at patrol and the type of officers that are deployed. The beat patrol, in my recollection of being downtown, was amazing and really got to know individuals and were extremely supportive. So, and the ARO program that's being released, we'd love to see that expanded into the warehouse district. I think those things will have immediate impact. And as I show up at this circle of individuals every time and ask about the community support program and RST, perhaps there's a room for them to play in our district as well. We are definitely seeing challenges along Albert Street, and that is not limited to that part of our district. That is going right through. We've had property owners or business owners who've had knives pulled on them, who've been spit in the mouth. Like, these things are concerning, to say the least. And police response time is really important, and I think that's one of the areas that we need to start building upon.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks, Jude.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gibbons, seeing no further questions, I want to say thank you very much for being here today and presenting.
Thank you.
I'll ask Mr. Lacey. We'll now consider EX 24-40, Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District 2023 Annual Report. Mr. Lacey, can you please introduce the report? And there you go.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. This is similar as the last report committee heard. The Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District bylaw requires the Business Improvement District to bring its annual report and audited financial statements to Council on an annual basis. This report fulfills that requirement, and it is a file and receive report.
Thank you very much. Can I have someone please move this report? Councillor Nelson? Thank you. Any questions, any other questions at all? I'll ask the clerk to call the vote, please.
Deputy Mayor, the vote is carried 6-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichol. I would like to call upon Delegation Ryan Johnson. Welcome, Mr. Johnson. If you want to please introduce yourself for the record, tell us who you represent. You'll have 5 minutes, and after that, could be questions. Sorry, I guess you'll have the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of City Council, City Administration, and members of the general public. To acknowledge our land and facilities or operations are on Treaty 4 lands. I'm Ryan Johnson, President and CEO of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, and I reside in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. I am very pleased to report on the highlights of the corporation's operations for 2023. The corporation met all of its regulatory requirements and criteria for production of safe drinking water and met its obligations under the unanimous membership agreement with the cities. The annual report also includes the water quality and compliance report, which is required under a permit to operate. The audited financial statements are included in the annual report and contains the corporation's finances on an accounting basis. The auditors provided an unqualified opinion. While it may appear that the corporation has an excess of revenues over expenses, it is important to mention that we are in the middle of a $325 million upgrade project and have to cash flow the entire project without going back to the cities. The amount of capital expenses is only shown as an amortization of the expense, not the actual expense. Once the project has been completed, the revenues over expenses will be significantly lower. Financially, on a cash basis, the corporation had an operating deficit of $2 million, most of which is from increased costs to desludge the processed waste lagoons, disposal of the sludge, which were planned, but we also had increased chemical costs and lower water sales, which also impacted our operations. The capital reserve was depleted by $38 million as planned to cover the cash flow for a plant renewal project, and the capital water rate is developed to be sustainably to cover all the corporation's capital needs. Our capital projects are currently either completed or remain in progress. The corporation is following both its environmental and corporate strategic plans, and I'm very proud to inform City Council that our 1.8 megawatt solar system will be commissioned in June, and we'll be having our ribbon cutting event on June 18th. The Ag branch of the Water Security Agency is updating their drainage policy, and we are working with the City of Regina to be included as stakeholders. The Water Security Agency is focused on the water supply and agricultural drainage, but not on the impacts on the raw water quality. Major drainage projects can change the chemistry of the lake water, which can then in turn impact the quality of the potable water. There is currently a drainage project that was approved without consultation or even a downstream user impact study, and we have concerns with the lack of information and the potential for impacts to the raw water quality from this project. We are working with the Water Security Agency with the goal to improve their due diligence by considering the impacts on raw water quality for approvals, manage the water quality for lake flows, set water quality standards similar to Health Canada's guidelines for drinking water quality, and to collaborate on research with the agency. The construction for the plant renewal project commenced in July of 2022. At the end of February 2024, the project is progressing very well. We're currently over 20 months completed. We have over 50% of the project is done, and 33% of the contingency and allowances have been approved to be utilized. While the project is about 3 months behind schedule, the critical path items are generally on schedule. And there have been some operational disruptions from construction activities, but these have been mitigated by all parties. There are some commercially sensitive items of dispute which were not likely to be addressed till after substantial completion, and will likely have to go through a mediation process. But the project, it should be substantially completed by December 31st, 2025. The joint venture and corporation staff are continuing to work the best we can to ensure operations continue and the contractor is still allowed to build their assets. There is a large presence of the joint venture staff compared to our plant staff, but again, we're working things out the best we can under the circumstances. The project, once completed, will address our current risks, ensure sustainability of the water treatment plant, provide resiliency to climate change, be more environmentally sustainable, operate more efficiently, and meet the growth of the region to the year 2050. I would encourage City Council to see our website to see a time-lapse video of the project. These videos are updated quarterly, and plant tours for City Council and Administration are always available. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
No,
Oh, sorry, Councillor Pandura, sorry.
it's okay. Good afternoon, good to see you here. Quick question, supplementing, we're talking about well water?
So thank you through Madam Chair, through the councillor. I'll give a little bit of background. So 2023 was a hot, dry year. It was near record. The plant during construction is restricted in our ability to produce water. So we're capped at a number called 150 million liters per day. 2023 was a hot, dry year, near record, and we were able to produce water without impact to Regina and Moose Jaw. 2024, right now, we don't believe there's going to be any indication it's going to be a lot different than 2023. However, if the situation changes where we get a long duration of hot, dry weather, more so than 2023, there's potential that we won't be able to meet demands of the cities. In that case, then the cities would have to look at water restriction, rationing, things like that. Regina has the ability that they could use under emergency the well water. Moose Jaw doesn't have that option, but those are things that we can work with in the water conservation plans to ensure that we can work in case there is a prolonged hot and dry spell this summer.
Okay, to you, Chair. Your concern you raised with the drainage and all the different things that's being proposed out there and not giving you any heads up. Looking at one in the report, or in your report here, that the filters, the runtime of the filters with the change in temperature. So my question would be then, because we do draw some of that from Diefenbaker, correct, to kind of supplement. How does that cycle going to impact? You're talking about drought, talking about the rationing, talking about filter running, the temperatures, and 5 meter buffalo pound, all of those things.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little more lengthy of an answer. So there's multiple parts of that. So the plant itself, during construction, we were restricted from our normal how much water we could produce. During the phasing of the work, I think there was a mistake made on the engineering side where we lost some water on our filters that we would normally have had. And doing so, it just impacted how the filters operated. Again, we were still fine for 2023 and we'll be fine for 24 based on that issue. But what happened was during the winter, now that we switched over, so we're kind of running hybrid plant. We're running some of the old system and some of the new system. In cold water, the dissolved air flotation water level gets adjusted based on lower flows, and that was where we had impact issues in November, December of last year, which impacted how much water we could produce. Once we realized what the issue was, it was easy to fix, so we fixed that and we have a fix for the future, so that is no longer an issue. But we had to report it in an annual report as being a production upset condition. So that's how that works. Now when it comes to water from Diefenbaker, the Water Security Agency manages water flow for the province, and their mandate really is making sure there's enough water supply. So Water Security Agency did a good job over winter overfilling Diefenbaker to make sure there's enough water in Diefenbaker that could be released down to Buffalo Pound Lake, as well as what goes up to Saskatoon to the our South Saskatchewan River. So for us, we typically see about 3% of the water from Diefenbaker will go into the Buffalo Pound Lake and then down into the fishing lakes in the Quebec system. So they manage the raw water supply, and then we take that and again we treat the water. So right now we see no indications in the short term that there's any issues with the raw water supply. The issues that we have is just because of construction, we're just slightly limited to what we could produce. And again, last year being hot and dry, there were issues. We don't suspect there'll be any issues this year, but we want to make sure we're prepared just in case.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Seeing no, oh, Councillor Zakimiak, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't have this page open on my report right now, but I believe one of your, you talked about the solar panel project coming online. I believe you have a goal of 100%, sourcing 100% renewable energy for the plant. Later on in the report, it has a breakdown of, I think, how you are on track to achieve that. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Through you, Madam Chair. I'll give a little more detail to that. So as of right now, 100% of our electrical energy is green power. So we pay the premium SAS power, so we are paying for the ability to use the green power. Once we have the solar panels running in a few weeks, the solar panels will generate about 10% of our power production. So it'll be 90% purchase from SAS Power Green, 10% on-site generation. We have another phase where we will partner with SAS Power to do off-site solar generation, and that will be about 15, I think it's 15 to 20%, sorry, 25%. It'll be 25%. So a couple of years from now, we will be about 65% on off-site generation through SAS Power through their green initiative, 10% on-site generation, and 25% that we are actually partners with SAS Power in generating. So between that mix, we will still be 100%, but just how the mix goes. And it's cheaper for us to be partners than paying that premium for the power.
That's great. Okay. And you had mentioned your conversations with the Water Security Agency. And so I think it is accurate that the wetlands drainage policy, I think you were saying you're in communication with them about as this policy is being developed, like it's still in progress and they are working with you as stakeholders to improve the engagement. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through the councillor. It's mostly accurate.
Okay.
We're not being called stakeholders yet, but they are talking to us and they appear to be listening to what we have to say. And we're actually working with City of Regina on this one as well. And we're getting better responses. But it is going to take a lot to get the Water Security Agency to change how they do business and how they do their policies, because it gets a lot more complicated. It appears that if you get a group of landowners together and they want to do drainage, they can create a entity that there is no consultation. It's just based on the RM or the small group of towns, villages, what have you. And then the Water Security Agency will then provide them an approval to proceed. But what they don't do, and this is where our concerns lie, is they don't consult with other landowners outside of their region. They're not making them do studies to see if there's any impact on it. A lot of drainage won't have an impact. It's just for us, we do have some concerns because we have experienced that when, say, the Moose Jaw River backs up into Buffalo Pound Lake, it completely changes the chemistry of the water in the lake. And what that does is cause a couple of things. One, it's about $1 million to $2 million a year additional cost just to treat it. And the other issue is it creates trihallomethanes and other disinfection byproduct issues. So this is why we're concerned when we see changes to what's in the lake. These drainage projects themselves can be zero impact and they could have an impact. But because there's no study, we don't know the details. So we're still working with them to try to get some kind of groundwork and maybe change in their, or something added to the policy where they have to consult or treat Buffalo Pound Lake differently than other sources of water, because it does have an impact on 270,000 people.
Okay, and then do you have any sense of when that policy is anticipated to be in place, or is that still to be determined?
They started in 2021 updating their current policy. We don't have a date yet, but we're going to continue working with them to try to get to be heard and see some adjustments to the policy.
That's great. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Just one question I have. I was at the dentist earlier this week, They had asked, she had asked, when is fluoride coming? They're losing hope, so just kind of wondering, what is the timeframe for implementation for fluoride?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is the fluoride is being designed as we speak. Because we're having some issues with our general contractor, we're not going to scope it into their scope, and we're waiting for them to be done and off-site before we do the construction. So with that said, we expect 2026 it should be up and running.
Okay, perfect. And I did see the notes to the financial statements. Is there anything there that you wanted to add into any other risks or anything that you see that you're concerned with?
Right now, based on that, the biggest issue we're finding is because, say, the cities have done a really good job of reducing water leaks, what we're finding is we're not selling as much water as we thought we would, so it does have an impact on us financially. So that's why we have reserves, is to address that. So I mean, that's a minor thing. In 2024 appears to be so far, we're about 5% below sales. So yeah, we're a little concerned this year. But if we do get the hot, dry weather, as much as I don't want to see that, because we have the plant is under construction, it's going to impact us on the water sales. So it's a double-edged sword. And so that's the biggest issue. On the project, I mean, when a project is done, there's definitely some commercial issues we're going to have to fight out with the contractor before that's all said and done. But we believe we have enough contingency to address the issues that we feel that are valid.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's great. Well, I don't see any other questions from council, so thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for the update.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll now consider EX 24-41 Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2023 Annual Report. Mr. Lacey, can you please introduce the report?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, I know as committee members know, is jointly owned by the cities of Regina, which has a 74% share, and Moose Jaw with a 26% share. The relationship with the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation is governed by unanimous membership agreement signed by the three parties, and under that agreement, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation is required to report to the two councils, providing an annual report of the previous year's activities as well as their audited financial statements. The report here before you today fulfills that obligation, and it's a receive and file report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone please move this report? Councillor Nelson, thank you. Any questions for administration on this? Pretty straightforward. Obviously, Mr. Doney, you guys are doing a great job in there because he was worried about not using enough water, so thank you for that. I don't see any questions, so I will ask clerk to call the question.
LeBlanc in favor.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed in a vote of 8-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nicol. I will now call on delegation. I would like to call Roberta Engel to come forward. Welcome, Roberta. Yes, that's right. Thank you so much. As well as Nikki Anderson will join you. Thank you. If you want to just introduce yourself, tell us we know who you represent, but just for the record, and 5 minutes to present.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Roberta Engel. I'm the acting president and CEO for REAL. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity that I have to present to you our 2023 annual report and an insight into our 2024 year-to-date results. We all know 23 was a year of change and renewal, and REAL is optimistic for the year ahead, and we have been focused in on bringing stability and sustainability to our organization while building a strong working relationship with City Council and City Administration. REAL boasts 4 major pillars of business on our property that ranges from trade shows, conferences, signature events, sport and rec, and agriculture, which is really at the heart of REAL and our legacy. In 2023, Real reported an increase in this business pillar through the delivery of trade shows and conventions, and although F&B is a significant portion of this pillar, it also is important to note the increase in trade and consumer shows of $500,000 or a 93% improvement over 2022, a true indication that we are well on the path to recovery from the pandemic. Frost at Real kicked off our year welcoming 50,000 guests to the property to see the 3 million glow light display in the ITC. Moving into summer, we once again delivered a successful QCX, welcoming 260,000 guests and raised $72,000 for the food bank that resulted in contributing over 200,000 meals for our members of the community in need. Real delivered on several events appealing to all ages and wide range of music lovers through the delivery of Thomas Rhett, Old Dominion, Aqua, and closing off the year with Cirque du Soleil. Sport and Rec continues to be a very important pillar for Real as we attracted 55 tournaments in 2023 and providing a home for our very own Hockey League, Queen City Pickleball, the Volley Barn, and the Regina Skateboard Coalition. We continue to support Sport and Rec through the delivery of 3 national championships, generating a total economic impact of $23.3 million for the city. Real is home to both the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Pats by providing all operational services to them, and we look forward to welcoming them back this year. Ag is at the heart of Real, and our very own Canada Farm Show contributed $19.2 million in economic impact for our city and facilitated $81 million in international sales. And a great partner and a major tenant of Real is the Canadian Western Agribition, celebrating their 53rd show last year and reporting an 18% increase from pre-pandemic levels. The Regina Farmers Market brought local food, arts, and crafts to our property throughout the winter months, and we look forward to continue to host this market on our property throughout the summer. Now moving into the fun facts of this presentation, our financial statements. Real's balance sheet reports $81 million in assets and liabilities. The $6 million decrease in asset value is mostly in part to the large receivable that was carried at the end of 2022 for a major event that was in fact paid in early 2023, and the amortization of the $76 million in assets that Real maintains on behalf of the city. Majority of the increase in liabilities is related to the reporting of the CEWS liability, and it is worth mentioning the deferred grant value that is reported on the balance sheet as it relates to contributions received over the years for investment at the district for major assets such as the International Trade Center and cooperators. For 2023, Real is reporting an improvement on our operational loss by $2.1 million or 41.5% increase. With the decline in revenue of $1.5 million or 4%, Real carefully managed operational expenses, reporting a reduction in all expense lines with the exception of utilities directly tied to the carbon tax and rate increases. Through the ongoing funding support from the city, Real remains a going concern for the foreseeable future. The statement of cash flow categorizes how our cash was acquired or dispersed throughout the year. In 2023, Real used $852,000 to carry out our operations and $1.4 million for debt repayment, which required access to the additional debt of $3.4 million, which we obtained with City Council's approval in 2023. Majority of the capital expended in 23 related to the improvements made to the Havana Center and lighting in Confederation Park, which was funded through grants and sponsorship funding. Real has had a great start to 2024 with the delivery of Frost, a successful Briar, such events as SUMA and SARM and the Saskatchewan Union of Nurses Anniversary Convention. To establish a benchmark on where our team is at, Real conducted a pulse survey that was open to all employees, which reported a 4% increase in participation. At the end of April, Real is reporting a net loss of $318,000 to a budget of $183,000. And although Real is off budget, this year's net operating loss is $1.5 million or 82% over last year. In addition, both the month of March and April did report net operating results that exceeded budget, so we are headed in the right direction. At the end of the quarter, Real conducts a full year and detailed reforecast, which is intended to highlight if the budget target will be met. At the end of April, Real is estimating to be off budget by $341,000 or 43% due to reorganizational costs and a reported gap to budget and forecasted gap to budgeted events. that have either occurred or are in planning stages. A new detailed forecast will be completed at the end of Q2, and REAL continues to actively pursue new opportunities to offset this current forecasted gap to budget. To summarize, REAL's 2023 results showed a significant improvement over 2022 and contribute a total of $54.5 million in economic impact for the year. We continue to face cash flow challenges due to fixed operational costs and the nature of our business that requires the need to finance working capital. REAL continues to source new revenue opportunities and closely manage expenses to mitigate the budget risk reported to Council today. We will continue to work with our interim board in the spirit to be open and transparent with Council. In closing, we really do truly appreciate and very, very grateful to all of you for the continued support from our community, Council, and the City of Regina.
Thank you very much, Ms. Engel. Is there any questions for Ms. Engel? Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I mean, this is related to the financial state of REAL, but I was wondering if you could comment on where we're at in terms of REAL 2.0 and what we're envisioning for that space and how that might be represented in the financial documents we have.
Great question, and through you, Madam Chair. The REAL 2.0 document was created back in 2018 and 2019, and obviously pre-COVID. As the acting president and CEO for REAL, I thought it was really important for us to establish a shorter-term strategy that goes out the next 3 years to really gain that long-term financial sustainability and stability within our organization. It's really important to get our organization back on the right path. The strategy does look at more of operational efficiencies, new revenue opportunities, as opposed to sourcing additional commercial development revenue, which in fact would require a significant capital investment potentially on the city's behalf.
Okay, so just to be clear though, you haven't abandoned that strategic plan, but rather you've tried to focus on just remaining financially sustainable in the near term before you're thinking about those long-term projects, is that right?
Yes, through the chair, and to also confirm, we do have colliers working on opportunities, but with the cost of construction and I think the ROIs on a lot of these big projects, we're just seeing a slow uptake at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if you could provide a high-level comment on whether or not a response is being formulated to the MNP report. If some of those details are best discussed in private, I'd be happy to go in camera, but maybe you could provide a high-level response to the concerns, the recommendations that were projected in that report.
I may rely on my interim board chair to add comment, but what I can share with council is that REAL has been engaged with MNP with 3 interviews, had several questions and discussions, and have continued to keep the interim board apprised of those discussions and documented them formally as to our responses.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah.
Councillor.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Ms. Anderson would like to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think what I would say is from like the draft report from MNP hasn't come forward yet. Okay. And so basically MNP is still very much in the information gathering and the synthesizing. In a meeting with them last week, I believe that they committed to having the draft report done, it was around June 7th-ish. So it's hard for REAL to respond to anything because there's nothing to respond to yet.
Right. Through the chair, I shudder to think about the schedule we're confronting between now and November, but once the report has been received, you've paid attention to it, formulated a response, is it feasible to see an opportunity for council to review your response before the fall, or is this something that you're going to need several months to work on?
Who wants to take that? Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair again, this is speculative because we haven't seen anything yet, but I'm going to make a guess that it will be a phased approach, that there will be absolutely things that can be addressed right away. I would say if I was just to think of one that, because it's being done outside of MMP's mandate, like looking at capital infrastructure and who does the maintenance and who pays for that. That's something that is being worked on internally. I don't think that we'll have that part done for June. So I think there'll be some absolute clear recommendations, let's go, and then probably a request to say this is where we're at on this work, and a few more months are required.
Okay. And I guess through the chair, as the sole shareholder and as council, imagine there'll be an appetite for private session or a session to actually interrogate that response. That would be a commitment of the board. Is that correct? To speak with us? Yeah.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. And you imagine that to be ready in advance of the budget discussions, which we typically hear throughout the fall?
Through the chair, administration is scheduled to bring a report to council the end of June.
Okay.
So absolutely in advance of.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thanks. Just looking at the report presentation, thank you very much, appreciate it. You made a note about 4% increase in employee participation in the survey. What was the baseline of the increase from?
Oh, great. Through you, Madam Chair, great question. The increase is based on the full employee survey we did in 2022.
Okay, so where was the starting point that you grew from?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask that question. I think we had about, we had a 55% response rate, I believe.
55 and you're up to 59 then?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
That's
The one detail I did not review before last night.
And you know what, 55% response rate is already respectful enough to start this, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Not seeing any other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. All right. We'll now consider the EX 2443 Regina Exhibition Association Limited 2023 annual submittal. Mr. Lacey, can you please introduce the report? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the Regina Exhibition Association Limited unanimous membership agreement between REAL and the city requires REAL to bring forward an annual report and audited financial statements to council on an annual basis. This report fulfills that obligation and it's a receive and file report.
Thank you very much. Can I have someone please move the report? Councillor Nelson. Any questions from members for the report? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Mancinelli.
I have just a comment. A lot of controversy with REAL over 2023, and just in the decisions in the report itself, I just wouldn't mind if this is coming forward to council to review the decisions and make sure they're wholesome with all the decisions the council had. I don't want to bring nothing up too deep, but I know that there's a meeting missing there and a couple outcomes that affected REAL, and if this is kind of a carrying forward of what happened in the year, everything to do with the board and moving along and reappointing a new board in the middle of the year, I thought would be worthwhile in including in the decision portion of the report, just because it is our history. Decision, history, and authority.
Sorry, Councillor, what are you asking?
Well, we had that decision where we ended up having the board dismissed in 2023, or, you know,
yes.
And it doesn't appear in the decision, history, and authority.
Okay.
I'm just mentioning it because that's the history of our city, and I think that's important to be captured in here as well. I'm not trying to bring up old wounds, just wholesome in the, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will ask Mr. Lacey to can that be captured?
Sorry,
or-
through you,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor. So I believe what the council is referring to is there's been a number of other decisions and items that have been before council over the past year that aren't necessarily fully reflected in the history piece. I think the history piece was trying to reflect like the business decisions and budget decisions as it relates to the annual report, but I have no problems that in future reports, and there will be a few before committee here over the next 6 months, that we will ensure that just not the kind of the financial side of it, but the governance side of it's addressed as well in the history piece. I think that's what's being asked.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor. Sorry, that's me. Okay, it's, what is it? Okay, got it, okay.
Sometimes I read the minutes and I see a spelling error. I don't know if I should say something, usually I don't, and this is kind of the same. I knew it was a pertinent decision in the year that was discussed, and like I said, I know this is kind of historical references, so thank you, and I didn't mean to be petty or anything like that.
Awesome, thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll ask to call the vote.
In favor, Stadachuk.
In favor, LeBlanc.
Thank you very
In-
much.
In favor, Mayor Masters.
Oh, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the report is passed in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichol. I'll call upon next delegation, Chris Lane, Darren Howden, and Tina Holtby, please, to come forward. If you can please introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and you'll have 5 minutes, and welcome to gallery.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Chris Lane. I'm the President and CEO at Economic Development Regina, and joining me today is our Vice Chair, Darren Howden, and our Manager of Finance, Tina Holtby. And we are here to share some highlights of our annual reports in 2023, which is attached in your package in full, but we do have some slides that we can maybe pull out some important discussion points. So the first thing that we always like to talk about is our mandate. So what you have mandated us to do, and clearly that is high-level economic strategy. It is business development and investment attraction, and marketing and promoting Regina for business and the talent needed to support business growth here. And we do that by making sure that we align our work with the strategic priorities of our shareholder. You can see here the yellow highlights are where we directly contribute and support the strategic priorities laid out by you, City Council, as our shareholder. And our work in 2023 was built on 5 key areas of focus relating to our strategic plan. It's formed the foundation of the momentum that EDR has built as we complete the second of our 2-year plan. And while some are readily visible in the results we'll share with you today, others are a little more subtle but no less important. EDR's ability to build and foster strong relationships and contribute meaningful thought leadership has achieved volumes for our ability to complete our mandate. This has taken a concerted and deliberate approach, one that has gotten us into more rooms and around more tables. That work has extended to how we address the general public as well. As people come to know and trust our offerings, our social media audience, for example, has grown and now sits at well over 13,000. And not just the raw numbers, but engagement with our content has seen massive growth, more than 400% in 2023. A closer look at some of the key areas of our work. Over the past year, we've strengthened existing partnerships and formed new alliances that advance Regina's opportunities, collaborating with organizations like the federal government, the provincial government, the Regina Hotel Association, the Chamber of Commerce, both locally and provincially, and others have allowed us to progress towards our common objectives and drive the city's advancement. In 2023, we laid the groundwork and did the work to launch the Growth Board, a groundbreaking initiative focused on accelerating opportunities that combine research, investment, commercialization, and development. This is a partnership between EDR, One Hoop, the City of Regina, and the University of Regina that showcases our commitment to fostering innovation and driving economic prosperity across sectors. Speaking of sectors, in 2023, we continued our work to grow the key sectors of our economy where we see amazing opportunities. That included partnering with the Government of Canada on investment landscape research, supporting a cluster approach to biomass to energy opportunity. All of that started in 2023, and we're going to have a major announcement on this and the bioeconomy and the investment opportunity in the coming weeks. Beyond that, we continue to work with key partners like Agribition, Canada's Farm Show, the Chamber, and Tourism Saskatchewan and Tourism Regina to enhance our collective ability to attract business events, including developing trade show and marketing assets that not only showcase Regina's economy, but our ongoing ability to stage world-class events. In 2023, EDR's growth and investment team leveraged partnerships with public and private sectors to showcase the Regina's area's opportunity on a global stage. These missions enabled EDR to promote Regina at the city and municipal level and highlighted the importance of international engagement in a Team Saskatchewan approach. The photos here show a small part of what attracting companies and capital looks like on the ground. The other bigger part consists of hundreds of hours of research, planning, strategy, and discussion. Alongside partners like the Ministry of Trade and Export Development, Cultivator, multiple private sector organizations and businesses, we participated in investment attraction missions to San Francisco, the United Kingdom, and others to support the Ag and Food Innovation Strategies and the city's economic growth plan. In 2023, we launched EDR's Economics, Data, and Analytics Unit to better inform and empower database decision-making for stakeholders and our shareholder. That unit has already done some great work on important publications, including the state of the labor market in the GRA, Saskatchewan's annual mega project relating to spring seeding, a revamped and focused monthly economic briefs and report cards, and a comparative analysis of city competitiveness that shows how Regina stacks up against competitor cities in Canada and the northern US. We also began developing a brand new entrepreneurship strategy in 2023 to serve startups and young entrepreneurs, focusing on removing barriers for entry and growing and scaling existing businesses. In addition to that new work, we continued our partnership and support of the AgTech Accelerator, working not only with the program itself, but increasingly with the companies in it to identify the ones with potential for location and growth in Regina. We also took ownership and launched a rejuvenated Think Entrepreneurship program aimed at high school students with business ideas or dreams of owning a small business in Regina. And we continue to provide a platform for learning and mentorship for underrepresented business owners through the Hive, a unique partnership with Women Entrepreneurs of Saskatchewan and FHQ Developments. In 2023, the need for talent appeared in sharp relief in Regina. We recognize the need to attract talent, to retain it, in order to fully realize the economic opportunities in front of us. To attract the people we need, EDR is developing a multi-year attraction strategy driven by market research and data to support local business growth and fill an acute need for skilled workers. While 2023 was the development year for the strategy, 2024 will be the launch year for that strategy. All throughout, we're seeing an amazing recognition of the momentum and partnerships we've been able to build through our other work, including advertising, editorial partnership in the Globe and Mail, which ran in September. And the work EDR does to tell Regina's story across the country is making a difference, evident in the Globe and Mail's own recognition of our city being among the most livable in Canada and the best city in the country to be an entrepreneur. Moving into the financial side, you've got the entire financials in the annual report, but this slide is our statement of financial position at the end of 2023. This does take into account the CRA liability, which is highlighted in yellow in this table. And we were pleased and grateful to work with City Council and administration to come to a workable solution recently. And the second highlighted line in this table is our accumulated surplus, or in this case, a deficit, showing the overall impact of that CRA liability. It's also important to note, however, that outside of that, EDR had a solid year financially and would otherwise have ended 2023 with a positive net income of over $200,000. With the repayment solution approved last week, we are in the process of both paying back the subsidy and reforecasting EDR's 2024 financials. And I would like to take a few moments to talk quickly about what 2024 has in store for EDR. Earlier this month, we were pleased to host the first of its kind event in Canada, a bioeconomy investment forum. We believe the bioeconomy is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for our city to host a Canadian and North American cluster in this sector, and EDR is excited to lead the way. In 2024 and beyond, EDR will also explore new high potential opportunities in growth sectors, including film, video, and media. We'll also explore the emergence of small modular nuclear reactors as a critical source of clean baseload electricity for Saskatchewan, and the role that Regina might play in the manufacturing and supply chain in that industry. And alongside multiple private and public sector partners, we will continue to foster investment into Regina's key sectors from outside of our borders through a combination of research, inbound and outbound missions, and other activities. Already, EDR's hyper-focused and renewed investment pipeline includes 40 net new prospects at various levels of qualification from us, valued at $150 million, not including the work we continue to do to support major projects like canola crush in our city. And this year, EDR will launch that multi-year talent attraction strategy driven by market research and data to support local business growth. What you're looking at here is a couple of creative sketches that will speak to key career and lifestyle advantages Regina has to offer. And while the final product will look different, the underlying messages are built on provable, measurable advantages in our city. We'll share more with you in the coming months. And EDR will also launch the multi-year entrepreneurship strategy it began work on in 2023 that identifies our role in serving businesses in multiple stages, including startup, accelerate, and venture. Again, the strategy will be built on real, provable data and address gaps that support the Regina businesses' need. And finally, as you've seen, our data and analytics team is going to be busy this year. Upcoming work includes ongoing support for the city's work to identify opportunities to revitalize our downtown with partners. In the coming days, we'll release the first ever State of the GRA Economy Report with a scorecard that will provide decision makers with localized economic insights. We'll deliver reports on the state of small business and the state of private investment in Regina. We'll also deliver Regina's first custom curated quarterly economic basket, which will track key indicators and provide at a glance picture of our economy. And of course, we'll continue to publish the monthly economic brief with a key snapshot of important economic figures and deep dives of related issues. So finally, thank you for the time and support over the past year. We look forward to delivering for the shareholder and the city in an increasingly impactful and meaningful way. And over the coming months, EDR's board and management will work on the next strategic plan and 2-year budget, and we look forward to sharing that with you in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lots of great work there done. Is there any questions from council? Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate the work you're doing. I see it in the community, I hear it back from the community, and it's very positive. Just a kind of a quick question, and I'm sure it's going to be long-winded, but just some key points. And I don't know how to say this, I'm really bad with my words, we all know this. I just want to know, what are you doing different that's better than previous? Is that, can you answer that nicely, or can I ask that nicely? Was that nice? Okay, that was nice.
Yeah, well, through you, Madam Chair, I can tell you what we're doing now.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure how it might be different, but I can tell you that it was important for us at this point in EDR's renewal to really focus on measurable deliverables. We have some, economic development can be a bit fuzzy, right? It can take a long time. It can mean multiple things to different people. So we wanted to spend some time and really distill what our day-to-day job was. We came up with a sort of a couple things that help guide us. So we really only have 2 jobs, I like to say, is we grow the commercial tax base and we bring new people to live and work long-term in Regina. We go into work every day and we work on one of those 2 things, hopefully both, and make positive progress against them. We're probably doing our job. And I think from a public engagement and a public value, return on investment lens, we like to work every day to ensure that the city can't imagine itself without EDR. I'm not sure that's where we started a couple years ago, but I'm pretty sure we're moving the needle to get there eventually. And so this means what we are doing is we're being visible. We're speaking about, major economic issues and their impact, I think in a way that makes them more digestible and more relatable to the people and residents in the city so they can understand all of the things that are happening in and around them. Like when we talk about, for example, we'll talk about inflation at a high level, the consumer price index, but what does that mean on the ground in Regina? What does that mean for business owners? How does it apply here? We've really tried to drill down and make the things that we talk about and the way we show up in the community quite actionable. We've also become very hyper-focused on becoming a hunting organization and using our data and analytics to understand where the investment might be anywhere in the world that will land and make a difference. How do we move the needle in the best way, the fastest way? By marrying up the available capital in the world with the available opportunities in the Regina region. And that takes a significant amount of research and understanding on both sides of that ledger where that can happen. And so leveraging, I think, that momentum and enthusiasm with partners at the provincial and federal level to make sure that we are in the places in the rooms where we can put the best foot forward and the best opportunity for Regina in front of people that otherwise wouldn't know about it. I think that's new and I think that's different and I think that's paying dividends. Later this summer, we will be touring a significant European manufacturer through Regina that is a direct result of that work, that we would not otherwise be having that conversation unless we put the time, effort, and energy and resources into understanding what that opportunity is. And we think there's a great potential for them to set up a North American base of operations in Regina, as an example.
Thank you for that. Just a kind of a follow-up question. The trips that you've taken outside of Regina and places, is there any tangible result or tangible benefits that you can just tell us quickly as to what's come of that? I mean, John was in Poland and we brought back a couple employees here, but just some significant things that we can take back to the people that we speak to say, hey, this is good, or this was good, or this benefit this.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a great question, and one I think we always have to be mindful of. That's highly visible work, and we want to make sure that the return on that investment is there. So that company I was just speaking about, that is a direct result of one of those missions. We also know that on the talent attraction side of the missions, our role there is to talk about the opportunities in Regina to start and grow a family here, not just about the job offer that comes from a private sector employee. We know that the work that we did helped local employers hire 72 people on a European mission. And so those are offers that are made in the room, in market, and we see those people and those families and those skills, just as importantly from an AcDev perspective, coming to our city. That's happening now.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you for that, and thank you for everything you guys are doing. It's really impressive. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. You mentioned that you've done a comparative analysis of the city's competitiveness. What did it show you?
Through the chair, it's a long report. We'll share it again. I believe we've made that available. It showed that there are natural competitive advantages that Regina has, and we talk often about affordability in Regina, but we've really tried to reframe that away from affordability and more into accessibility. So Regina offers lifestyle choices. It offers a higher degree of discretionary time and money compared to day-to-day living costs in other Western Canadian cities. We find that as a competitive advantage. Where we find that there's maybe work to do is around incentivization and tax regimes, and often the city doesn't control all of that, but when we stack it up against our neighbors in the northern states, for example, it becomes quite stark that there's a difference there. We also did a case study on a program that Calgary runs called the Opportunities Incentive Fund. And that is a significantly funded incentivization program run by their own AcDev agency that really has paved the way for significant investments into commercial development and tenancy in their downtown core. So it's worth a look. There's a number of different factors there. I think what really distilled for me was that we have to really lean into the things that we have and the advantages that we have that cannot be easily replicated in other places. And so that's why we spend so much time talking about the ag and food industry and the manufacturing industry, is that these are competitive advantages that we have on par with the best cities in North America. And while we might want to chase other things, we know where we have a lead, and it's important to maintain that lead in those competitive sectors. That study, though, shows everything from utility rates to tax regimes to a number of economic factors that when it comes time to make a decision around business leaders and investors will be looking at a whole scorecard, and I think it really does a good job of understanding where we sit.
Through the chair, are there any areas where Regina could be more competitive, but we're falling short? Another way of asking that is, how can we be better?
Yeah, through the chair, I think, again, I don't have this report in front of me, but, Councillor, you and I have talked over time around amenities. We've talked about things like catalyst projects. We've talked about community building. These are all things that once you get past the business decision, when we talk about, well, here's a thing that we could be doing better, it's about retention. It's about newcomer retention. We know we actually are growing at one of the fastest paces in the country as a city, but we would be growing even faster if we weren't cycling out on the bottom end newcomers as they gravitate towards other big cities for other opportunities and other amenities. So there is some coordination around what city building and placemaking and economic development can look like, and I think that report underscores that.
Thank you. Another question, you mentioned the importance of measurable deliverables. In terms of keeping people or bringing people to live and work in Regina, in terms of new businesses that came to Regina, partly as a result of your efforts over the last year, how many can you point to?
Through the chair, that's, you know what, I should have expected that question. That's always a great question. I can say that we have worked with or are currently working with, upwards of 20 businesses that are in some process of investigating or locating or building in Regina or expanding for that matter. I think, let's not forget that an expanding business can be just as or more impactful to the overall economy than a net new business. So that's an important one. But also remember that ECDEV agencies are one funnel or one touch point in terms of how new business comes to the city. And we love talking about the Taco Bell this week in Regina, but that's a commercial development that probably doesn't need to touch an ECDEV agency, right? That's a developer or a commercial real estate broker, and we don't see those all the time. In fact, I would say we don't see most of those. So it's a bit of a catch-22 question, because while we work with, like I would say, 20 to 24 active businesses right now looking at some version of location or expansion in Regina, that's probably a fraction of the actual activity that's out there, and we're not going to see or touch all of it.
Of the 20 or 22 that you're working with right now, what's a reasonable estimate of how many of those prospects will actually be realized?
Another great question through the chair. We spent time in 2023 really developing a very specific qualification system with 3 levels of qualification. So they come to us as leads, pre-qualified as a referral or ones that we found ourselves through our research. Then we work with them through their capitalization and investment needs, like do they have the money to do what they say they want to do? And if they do, then they move to the next one, which is really around active site selection. That's where we work with them on labor force development, around recruitment. It's where we work with them on connecting them between professional services and, whether that's ISC or putting them in front of maybe a tax incentive program in the province. So as you get more and more qualified, you get less and less, and you get fewer and fewer companies, and that's really the way it's supposed to work. So out of 20 to 22, I would say we would be hitting a good target if we were funneling between 4 and 5 to the highest levels of qualification and action, and I think that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
This might be a bit premature, but you mentioned it in the report, which is the small modular reactors. I want you to give me a sense of how we could be involved. My understanding is most of the designs will be done by multinationals that may or may not be located in Canada, manufactured ideally in manufacturing zones in central Canada and Ontario, and then shipped out here for installation. Where do we come in as a city, given that we're likely to see those reactors installed in rural areas? And then how do we play a role in facilitating anything that feeds into the design and the actual installation and operational upkeep? Are we just thinking pie in the sky right now, or are there some tangibles you could speak to?
A great question through the chair. I think, it's a little bit of both. I think it's some of it's aspirational, but some of it is very real and where we see the possibility. And I think you're right around the easy answer would be to manufacture and assemble some of these parts as, in the established industries where they are in central Canada, but I think it's our job to go out there and point out that we could do some of this locally. Even a fraction of the work around some of these contracts would be a massive economic boost here. So we know, again, like I said before, where our key sectors where we're great at technology, we're great at product development, we're great at advanced manufacturing. We can make a reasonable and feasible and economic business case to these global entities that it's better for them to do at least a portion of this manufacturing locally. And we think while the minerals are mined in northern Saskatchewan and they're refined in Saskatoon, our strength as a manufacturer, because we have the talent pool here to do it and the demonstrated history, we think that can happen here. And that's the work we're doing now, is getting in front of that industry.
Okay, if I could, through the chair, so realistically, it's likely we'd see the high-end manufacturing in some capacity tie into the SMRs, but not so much kind of the knowledge and IT work that might go into, the function of nuclear science. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I might not speak so definitively on that. I actually think we've got some resources at the university in Sask Poly that would maybe argue that point, is that we certainly have the capability to take some of that research and that knowledge hub. Whether or not that's where it lands, I don't know. I wouldn't speak for that. But in our case, when we make the case around the portion of this industry that can and should be located in Regina, our talent and knowledge hub becomes part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, to the chair. Good afternoon. You're good at telling story about Regina. We know that, right? I've always asked the questions for over the years, and I think Councillor Hawkins did ask part of it, and you answered partially. I've always asked, what do we do to retain? And you mentioned about the folks that land here. What do we do to keep them here? I mean, that was the long-standing question of growing the city or talking about who we are. And I know that EDR speaks to the world and speaks to the countries and around us about how good it is to be here, to live here. I mean, we promoted that. It's and that's a story on its own. So, money and all of these things. But as people gravitate to certain places that they can work, live, raise a family in a safe environment, and be able to enjoy the things that they work hard for. Is there anything else that, you've been telling that story. So is there anything else that you could say out to the world or to the people that you talk to, how great this place is to be? I know we talked about earlier about shoveling snow and winter, but there's more beyond that.
Yeah, another great question, and I'll try to keep my answer brief because I really could talk about this for a long time. You'll see some of this coming in the talent attraction work, Councillor. Like this is, market research, focus groups. We spent a lot of time with people who are not from here, that have moved here, that have found success and love it here. And what is it about Regina that actually, when we keep and draw people, what are the commonalities of both the things that they are attracted to and the personality traits, and what are those people looking for in life that we seem to be able to offer? And so the sort of the creative direction and the messaging around that is really built on those kind of things. And so that is about, when I reframed the affordability conversation around accessibility and discretionary time and money, that's what that really means. Regina is commonly referred to in our market research as sort of a great hometown. I think it reminds people of what a hometown can be, that it's big enough to have opportunities that are not counterproductive to a community feel. And so there really is some things that have become, I think we know because we live here, intangible about what makes us great, and our challenge is to make that a tangible and actionable piece of intelligence that someone can make a decision when they become, or when they are thinking of becoming dislodged or mobile from wherever they happen to be living. How do they consider Regina as the place to grow and build a family? And when maybe to get to more to the point of your question is what can we be doing to make sure on the retention side that when we do get them here that we haven't made a false promise and they're disappointed in what they find, But it really does become that work to coordinate things like city building and amenity building and placemaking and all of those things that our partner organizations and our colleagues and the other organizations are working towards that we support as well. And even before you get there, it takes a real understanding of are we pairing the right jobs and opportunities in front of the right people with the right skills. And I think, I do give the provincial ministry some credit in this, and that they've come up with a new labor attraction strategy that really seems to dial in on that. And hopefully, through an office of quick credentialing and recognition, and being very specific about how we go abroad and present opportunities to people in markets with specific skills, that the job matching actually does a lot of that work for us.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up with that one is that what I'm hearing you telling us to tell that story as well. I mean, in this partnership and telling people about who we are, and there's good and bad and indifferent in all sorts of situations. It's always sometimes better elsewhere. But what I'm hearing from you is us keep telling that story, telling people how good it is, who we are, what we have here. But that point is that you're talking about what are we doing to retain that, not an idea, but that reality. And so that's what I think the EDR, so the question is, EDR is working, will be working, and doing its job. What you're presenting here is to make sure that Regina grows and retains the people and brings people here.
That's absolutely right, through the chair. I think, it's sometimes in our city, it's the people who are not from here that become the biggest and loudest champions for it. And I think that we can maybe all learn a lesson from that. So the louder and more often that we're prepared to wave the flag, not only within our city from a source of civic pride about how great it is here, but also how great it could be for people who aren't here yet. And when I talk about some phrases that help us distill the work we do at EDR, sometimes I think that in some cases our most important stakeholders are the businesses and the people that aren't here yet. That's who we're out there to serve on behalf of the shareholder, on behalf of the growth of the community.
And just to follow up on that one, the question is, it would be then, in your opinion, as EDR, is the true story being told about lived experiences here? Someone asked about lived experiences, which I experienced that. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the story, why I'm here. And I think that's what EDR is trying to send out there and tell everybody about the truth about what's here.
Question.
If you don't, that's the question is the truth about being here. So that's the loaded, long-winded question, but that's what it is. Am I right in that point?
You're absolutely correct, Councillor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevens, have you spoken already? Or okay, go ahead, it's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, you've got time.
Something you had said sparked another question. So last night we spent 7 hours talking about a development related to densification. So it's a housing question where EDR fits in. And one of the remarks that really stood with me was a newcomer to Regina from Halifax, who talked about the importance of housing policy as a retention strategy. Can you comment on EDR's role potentially in, let's talk about the economic impact of the HAF and those federal dollars that are coming in? Where do you see EDR playing a role in the housing and the housing development component here?
Yeah, it's another great question through the chair. I think, that is not an unexpected question for us. And while, we're maybe not on the front lines of the Housing Accelerator Fund, either application or how the funds get used, I think, we've started doing some work on understanding how Regina's housing market, on a broad spectrum, influences the overall economic picture. And we're going to talk about that in the state of the economy release that we're going to have in a few days. The housing situation gets its own sort of grade and subsection in that report, and understanding what is the opportunity, but what is also maybe the drag here, and what can we do, and what are our hopes for the HAF in terms of improving both accessibility and I think variability of housing becomes a very important aspect of this in terms of retention. We know where most of the demand is currently in terms of single-family dwellings, but we also know that if we're going to do a good job of attracting and retaining people who aren't used to that and who want variation in a housing mix, we see that as being a huge advantage if we can actually get there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Just one question before we finish up, but I want to ask about solar, wind. Where are we, with advocating and trying to bring companies here? Wind for sure is one. We know it's windy, almost every day here. So I guess, how does EDR advocate with, kind of those renewables, of how important they are to get those kind of businesses here, and working with the government, obviously, with the energy and power?
Yeah, excellent question through you, Madam Chair. The opportunity for alternative energy generation was early and easily identified as an important thing that EDR should be advocating for, so much so that we created an entire position in a department to focus on that. So, while you'll see it last week show up in our advocacy around bioeconomy and renewable energy production, that includes solar and wind. And so we have an active person researching and working with companies to develop and grow them here. Not only companies that have started here because of that opportunity, like I think of Kellan Solar, and I think of the work being done in conjunction in Cowassus with their wind project, but also increasingly large institutional investors and the capital that flows with them are increasingly requiring that capital to land in projects that have some level of low carbon energy generation. So as we are the stewards and the matchmakers sometimes between large institutional investors and projects in Regina, that is an opportunity for us to sort of insert and advocate for local companies to grow and provide some of that power. And I think that's why we spent time in Dubai with Greenwave, for example, as an energy monitoring system that can help then local renewable energy providers understand where they can fit into some of these projects as well. So it really is developing a supply chain from generation to monitoring and implementation that we have someone dedicated within our office to do that.
Do you lobby government as well? Like, is that part of it as well, because I think a big piece of it is to lobby the government to, we have to have this in place to also to be able to get it on the grid. Like, it's kind of a hand in hand, right? So.
Yes, through the chair, I think we advocate for the industries in Regina at multiple levels of government. One of the products that we published in 2023 was a fairly blunt review of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, for example, and the impact that was going to have on renewable energy generation if we did not, as a country and as a region, find a way to actively compete with that. And so, while it's probably not traditional lobbying, it was very public, and we led a public discussion around the impact that if we don't match policy from a renewables perspective, we're going to get left behind in a space where we should be leaders.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I apologize. It should have been advocacy instead of lobby, so thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for being here today, and thank you for the great work you're doing for our city. Look forward to that state of the economy. It'll kind of put our city, tell us where we are, kind of. So we'll be looking forward to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I will ask someone to move this report, if I can. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. And Mr. Lacey, would you like to introduce the report?
Through to you, Deputy Mayor. EDR's unanimous membership agreement with the City of Regina requires them to submit an annual report and audited financial statements. This report fulfills that requirement. It's a receive and file report.
Thank you very much. All right. Sorry, I did that backwards, but is there anyone that would like to respond, have a question for administration? Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Just wanted to speak to the report. It's my privilege to sit as the council representative on EDR. Enjoy my work on the committee. I find it to be well organized. The representatives we vetted from the community to serve as the board members are well suited. They make good decisions, and I look forward to you guys supporting this report. I know I've talked about EDR recently because of some of the bad side of the pandemic repercussions, but a lot of good work's gone in here, and I think they should be proud of the job they've done.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancinelli. It's not a receive and file. This is just to move the report. So, just to be clear, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two comments. The first is unless EDR succeeds at the kind of work it's doing, we as a city are not going to be able to afford the kind of social programs that we're now undertaking, kind of recreation and above-ground infrastructure programs that we need to replace after 60 years in some cases, and just generally the work of building our city. So I think that this work is actually critical work. That's the first comment. The second comment I want to make is, in the next EDR report, I'd like to see more specific examples of who's been attracted here, what industries are coming here. I want to see something more concrete than just the promotional numbers. I want to see the results in the next report. And I do that because, come back to the first point, I think this is critical for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. All right, seeing no further questions, Councillor Master, do you have anything you want to close? All right. I would ask the clerk to call the vote.
LeBlanc in favor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Stadnichuk in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk.
Masters in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Masters.
God, she sounds terrible.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed 10-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichol. Can I have someone move a motion for a private session? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. So